All right, thank you. Today is Monday, February 22nd, 2021, and the school committee meeting will be called to order at 5:37 p.m. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of
Allegiance to the flag to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God.
If you would mind, to stay standing, if you would mind, could you take a moment to do a moment of silence and recognition for Dulcie Varney and her husband, who were taken from us far too early. Dulcie was an educator at LRTC, had a positive impact on the entire school and our community. So if we could just take a moment of silence to recognize her and her family members. Thank you.
Our school committee member introductions. With Bobby on the screen and then move around the table from there.
Bobby Avery, Chief Administrative Officer.
Oh, we can't hear you, Bobby.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes.
And now,
Great. Bobby Avery, Chief Administrative Officer.
Karen Paquette, Assistant Superintendent.
staying with one.
Karen Maduris-Collins, Ward 3.
Jake Langlis, Superintendent.
Megan Parks at large.
Tanya Whitlow, Ward 4. Linnea Hawkins, Ward 5.
Ron Potman, Ward 6.
Paul Beaumont, Ward 7.
Alicia Ray, not Ward 3, City Council Representative.
Thank you. Agenda item number 3 is the COVID-19 update.
So we are just returning from our break. Over the February break, state-related numbers declined, which is the very immediate term, a good trajectory, but still having positives come up. We did conduct some optional testing for staff last Thursday, and we had pretty good turnout for that. And we're looking at other options to do that down the road. We also have in district now some Binex Now testing. There are some rules around how to use that, when to use that, and it's really about symptomatic staff. And we're developing a protocol to offer that to our staff, but we have to develop that protocol because we don't want people who have potential symptoms coming to a school facility without significant precautions and being mindful of the medical responsibility of that from a public health and safety perspective. I was also asked to remind everyone that when we went back to green as a county, it doesn't shift our hybrid model because of the sheer size of our enrollment. With over 5,000 students in our school district, to follow the safety guidelines, we still need to operate using our cohorts and the approved plan from August. So I think we had some confusion when people saw green. They thought, hey, we're all going back to school full time, and we would be far out of compliance if we did that. So we were maintaining with our hybrid model in green, unless there's a change, and also in yellow county conditions. And if we were to go red, there would be no in-person schooling whatsoever under the red categorization. So I wanted to share that out loud to remind people. It's been a while since we've seen green, and that's where we currently are at. School-wise, we have had limited positives connected to our schools. There have been a few over the last few weeks, but again, it's been much more limited than what we were seeing before and after the December break. But they're still there, and we're still being very smart as we need to be around public health and public wellness. And I'll take any questions you have.
Mr. Maduris-Collins.
So it obviously is good news to see the numbers finally, after so many months, beginning to move in the right direction. And, that's mostly attributable to the beginning of our vaccination efforts, but I think that's really good news for folks who are in our schools every day. But I did want to hone in on the vaccination question, and that is specifically, when do we expect that Lewiston Public Schools staff will be eligible to get vaccinations?
It's a great question. The vaccination conversation continues to happen. I had another meeting last Tuesday morning with local medical professionals. What's happened is, well, there's a few things in the works, I guess I should say. Central Maine is identifying and going to open what is going to be a site at some point. I don't know if they've announced the full location yet. I know that there are rumors of different locations, but I'll leave that to the medical professionals to make that decision. You can get vaccines at numerous sites if you meet certain criteria. Right now, educators have been pushed out in that criteria from what was discussed, I would say around the December, early January window, with teachers being in, or educators being in tier 1B. And then within that designation, I don't know if they actually changed tier 1B to a different one, or if they just included 80 and over initially, and then 70 and older. Those are happening now. We have had some staff get vaccinated for different reasons. Some of them are connected to the medical field, some of them have second jobs that require, and some are in the 70+ range. And we have been in good communication with both Central Maine and St. Mary's. They have our direct contact, so as soon as a new criteria comes up, for example, I was able to share the 70+ list as soon as they asked for it, and they asked for it really quickly. And we shared everything within, we believe, is our scope. So that includes our partners like STA or Hudson Bus Lines, our coaches, our substitutes, you name it. Everybody that has a potential for working with our kids, we're including them in that list. The potential for teachers right now, nobody can give us a specific date. There's a number of factors. I think you've heard them all probably in the news, but I'll just share them quickly. It's a site, it's the medical staff to manage the delivery of the vaccinations, and it's the vaccination availability itself. And those are really some critical factors. In our region, there are multiple sites that will do vaccinations, but they still do their other jobs too, so it's slow. In my opinion, it's slow. Not to any of our medical professionals, not being critical of them, but certainly I think it will get better. But to that end, there are 2 shots that have to be given. Those take time. I shared some of that in my memo to you about a different topic tonight. But it takes 2 shots to administer these things. So even if we can get people in, for example, those 70+-year-olds that got vaccinated today, in a 28-day window roughly, they'll get vaccinated again. And so whenever we have 1 week booked out of vaccinations, it's that same week booked out roughly 4 weeks later. And we have to be very mindful of that. So my best estimation, I believe I also put in that memo, I would not be surprised if it's May before our teachers are vaccinated, which is a contributing factor to some of what I'll recommend later about our in-person school. And that's not been given to me by anyone. I'm just trying to do the math of age frames and delivery, what's I think going to be set up, what's not yet set up. That was my estimation.
Yes, Karen.
I appreciate that answer, and I know that this is an issue that is largely out of our control. I do hope that we will join other school districts in stressing to the state the importance of prioritizing school staff outside of medical folks and emergency services. It strikes me that schools are the next most essential thing. I don't know, maybe grocery stores, but you know, the reality is this is critical, and we have to get these folks vaccinated before, and because of what you just laid out in terms of the timing, we're really not going to start to see people have immunity until 6 weeks after their first shot. So, you know, the sooner we can get this started, the better. And you know, obviously this is not in our control. It's a state question. It's a federal question, but I do hope that we're encouraging them to move school staff on the move.
Mr. Putnam?
So Dick, I got a question that was posed to me this week. With regards to schools and at what level of opening that they're at. The question that came was mostly focused on grammar schools. And that is the fact that, number one, I mean, obviously they're smaller people, you know, so it's like there's always that question of how many do you get in a room and all that. But it's my understanding, and what was spoken to me is, I guess, pre-K and kindergarten, there is no requirement for them to be in school, correct?
Under age 7.
Yeah, compulsory education has an age restriction of age 7. But there's also language in compulsory education that if you are enrolled, you are expected to attend. But there's no enforcement.
So given that we have grades 1 through 6, and out of that 1 through 6, we have a large chunk with some schools reporting as many as a third of the students on cohort C, online learning period. So they're not coming to the school at all. Given that we have 2/3 of the students in there, 2 classes don't need to be present. And we're already teaching, we have them coming in, 1 cohort in person in the morning, and we send them home, and then we're teaching online. Question is, with our reduced numbers that we have, given those circumstances, not to mention the number of students that may have, the parents that may have pulled out of the district and aren't in the district anymore. The question is, why don't we just bring them all back and teach them in 2 different cohorts during the day? Why can't we have cohort A learning in the morning, cohort B learning in the afternoon in person with our reduced numbers, especially in the grammar schools? I know, I understand that middle school and the high school are more complex with the changing of the classes, et cetera, so on, but at least as a start, is there anything there? And I think tonight you're talking about the Wednesdays, right?
Yeah, I'm going to share some.
So I don't know if you can interweave that discussion into that, I think, are we looking at what we can do? And so that's, and I quite frankly didn't have any answers. So I was like, I don't know why that would be able to work if we're only dealing with 350 students in an elementary school and not 600. So
yeah, there's a couple pieces to that. We have had some discussions around that, especially as an administrative team. We looked at the possibility of an AM PM. And the trouble we run into is, 1, contractual expectations. That would be a major shift with what we're asking the teachers to have both those cohorts in separate sessions. Or 2, potentially interrupting certain portions of how long of a day they have. There's also courses that some of the afternoon supports that are happening are actually courses that are, yes, some of it's extra help, but some of it's also, especially for lower levels, things that they don't get in during the day because of their limitations of the pods or the cohorts, so that they don't mix with other kids in the building. So it's not just keeping A and B kids kind of separate. It's by classroom, by floor, by wing. They're not mixing and crossing over, at least to the extent of our ability. So the other piece to AB the same day was transportation at the midday point. We still have the restrictions on buses and for transportation, so it would be a logistical impossibility in my estimation to say we're going to be able to drop kids off and pick them up and get them back to different cohorts using the same set of buses within a time frame that would even be meaningful. We thought about, could you drop off and pick up on the route? And the reality is the route for each of those cohort days are different enough, and you don't know how many kids would get on the bus when, and we'd be, again, breaking the guidelines that exist for spacing and limitations. So we did look at A in the morning, B in the afternoon, or some semblance of that, and those were some of the complications we came into. The other piece is, I think it's out there that it's about a third of our kids that are not in cohort A or B. And that might be accurate for who's in A and B, but it's not accurate for who's attending school in that we have some kids enrolled that they might be truant, but they're still enrolled. We can't just give away their spot. We also have cohort D that comes 4 days a week, and that counts as part of the numbers of kids at the school. So A and B probably does make up 2/3. Cohort D is also in the building, so that creates its own challenges. And then, of course, transportation. And I would say we have, we're somewhere around 100 kids by school except for maybe the high schools that are doing things remote.
I had a couple questions that I don't suspect you'll have answers for tonight, but we
Do my
can
best.
get some answers. So the guidelines for spacing in the classrooms, say 3 to 6 feet. Are our students 3 feet apart or 6 feet apart in the classrooms?
All right, so the guidelines recommend 6 feet, with 3 feet being a permissible situation. The reality is we have to move kids around. We have certain activities that we do. So 3 feet is the minimum. It's not where we try to operate. We try to operate at 6 feet, which is the recommendation and the guideline. And then there's that window of within 3 feet is no one's going to knock on your door and take you away if you're within 3 feet. But really, they want you to be 6 feet apart. The guidelines that came out in the fall, as it relates to spacing, have not changed. They've stayed consistent with 6 feet. We understand that certain things are within 3 feet. And there's been a lot of rumors out there that have moved things, but really, as it relates to guidelines in the classroom and on buses, that spacing has all remained at 6 feet. And then they know that 3 feet is a thing that will happen. What is not in the guidelines, though, is put the desks 3 feet apart and run school. That's not the guideline.
What did be done?
It should not be done.
And on the subject of vaccinations, is it possible to do sort of an informal survey of teachers and school staff and find out here in Lewiston which teachers and school staff are actually interested in getting vaccinated? Because a lot of conversations that are being had are based on, oh, well, things will get better once everyone's vaccinated. But if the general community is representative of our teachers at all, there's going to be a significant portion of people who absolutely do not want to get vaccinated or can't get vaccinated. And so is there a way for us to get those numbers so we're not holding out hope for vaccination and that actually doesn't end up being the fix it?
Yeah, I mean, we can survey staff, and I know President Ritten's here. I know that she and her team can help with getting information. That could be something that she could help gather too. But we actually have some pretty gray area coming up ahead of us as it relates to vaccinations. Because to your point, a number of people have said they're not going to do that, not yet, not now, but they will eventually. Everyone has their own frame of thinking. And we can't assume that because vaccinations were made available to educators that everyone took it and everything is fine. But then we get into the human resources conversation of, well, what line are we going to then have to have? And I don't know when that conversation will be, but I imagine we will be part of it in this group. But we will at some point in time, like they have to have a conversation that says the vaccine's been available for a blank amount of time. We've afforded everyone the opportunity for a blank amount of time. Yeah, that's what train of thought. But we'll have that point where we say you have to come back to work at some point, or you're choosing not to work. So right now we have that remote option that we're able to accommodate in most cases. But that's one of our barriers to coming back to work as well, is we have some people who are not comfortable being at work. They have said so, they have reached out to HR, they've got an accommodation, they work remote. If we tell them they must come back to work, that would be, to me, it would be in opposition to statements this committee has made and also voted on to support folks who have those stressors or those conditions, and especially during the pandemic, but also there's a law out there that will protect certain things and more may be coming.
And my understanding of the vaccination, even once people are vaccinated, they still have to take all of the same precautions, keeping socially distanced, masking. You can still be a carrier, you can still transmit, and you can still, it seems, contract COVID even after being vaccinated. So if in some strange world, entire staff, teachers, everybody at Lewiston Public Schools were to be vaccinated, that still wouldn't likely change anything on us returning to school, would it?
So in my estimation, and there's still so much to learn and understand about this virus and its variants and this and that, and there's lots of information out there. But yes, I would agree with you that even if the bulk of our staff get vaccinated, a health risk will remain for adults, for kids potentially. And nothing that I've seen from the CDC or things that are not media driven with one slant or another, have all continued to say, get vaccinated, it can keep you from having life-ending like symptoms. I have not seen anything that says, you're immune, this thing's gone forever, especially with variant conversations. There might be some out there saying that, but I haven't seen anything to date, and new information comes each day. And I haven't seen anything that says, if you get both those shots, you're good for life. That's not what's being said. But it might prevent you from having life-threatening symptoms.
So in theory, the only thing that's going to get us, our students back in school would be if the 6 feet guidelines change and the busing guidelines change. That's really the only, what it comes down to.
That, I think from a very practical, logical, sequential sense, yes. Because regardless of all the other information or questions we field, until they change the guidelines, I'm gonna follow the law. And right now, the law is those guidelines for schools from the Department of Education. And they say that those things are still in place. Our governor just extended the emergency order again, which leads me to believe that there's no movement, at least at this time, at the state level, to change those guidelines. And so I think we stay the course. And one thing I'll bring up later is I really think our teachers and our families and our kids, they need to know what the plan is. And I'm going to take an approach later about stability, and we'll see how the conversation goes. But I think people more than anything right now, they just need to know. I think that they can plan on that and move forward.
Thank you. Chairman?
I hope that as part of any HR conversation about, having folks come back to school, that we are also exploring what we can do to make sure that our employees are vaccinated. And that's probably not something that we're going to be in a position to require this school year, but it's definitely something we should be looking at going into September. And so I hope that those conversations are on.
Ms. Burns?
Just to offer a different perspective, but some more line of thinking, not scientists, but I think that looking to achieve herd immunity rates or vaccination rates in the 80s, which is my understanding of that herd immunity signifier, could be a way to approach it that doesn't mess too much with HR, because it's not saying individuals each have to report it out, but we as a community have to take this step together. And it would be my hope that that is encouraged going forward.
Everything I've seen so far in the human resources world has said, as an employer, it's a really slippery slope to say that somebody has to do something that is considered a benefit. Getting a vaccination is one of those things, unless there's law. That's been challenged very recently with some vaccinations.
Any other questions or discussion? Are there any members of the audience that wanted to speak on the COVID update?
On the clothing, I went back to wait for the item 11.
Is it on an agenda item?
But it's the last.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna have a whole discussion and time to comment on that at that time.
All right.
Thank you. Agenda item number 4 is the consent agenda. Are there any items that members want to see removed from the consent agenda? Mr. Madras-Collins.
Yes, I need to remove all 3 minutes.
Any other items to be removed? Other than the set aside items, the consent agenda is adopted. You're good. Go ahead.
Okay, so we've got a few changes that need to be made to bring the minutes into alliance with where we with how things went. The first one is on the February 1st meeting minutes, vote 2. It's important that the record there reflect that we're talking about a prohibited practices complaint from the State Labor Board. That is stated in the motion during public session, and so we should be more specific to resolve the item discussion session. For the February 8th minutes, I think that it's the issue here is the language at the top of the minutes with calling the meeting to order. I just want to make sure that that's consistent with prior uses of recesses. And I'm not sure that it is. We also did not recite the Pledge of Allegiance, as it was a continuation of the February 1st meeting. And then the November 2nd meeting minutes. We need to strike vote 4. Just that we could perhaps use language that makes it clearer that this is a continuation. I mean, it's noted at the top of the meeting minutes, but it's calling the meeting to order. If that's the language that we usually use for 5-minute recesses, you know, the chair called the meeting back to order, whatever, that's fine. But if it's not, we should probably make sure that, you know, just because there's a big time difference, it's a recess until a recess, whether it's 5 minutes or 7 days. And we did not say the Pledge of Allegiance because, like I said, that's something we do at the beginning of meetings, and this was a continuation.
I don't think we note when we return from a 10-minute break on the minutes.
We usually sit and take it, but
Yeah,
I don't actually
not
know
that
that.
we return.
Yeah. So in some sort of language, just to say, you know, that we returned from a recess.
Motion to accept the minutes as to be amended.
Second.
Any discussion? Word 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
Sorry. 4, 5. Yes. 6,
Yes.
7.
Yes.
City Council.
Yes.
Yes.
Motion to adopt with edits, passes 8-0.
Agenda item number 5, to receive and approve LPS Administrators Association contracts for 2021-2022. Jake will be presented.
Yes. Administrative Association is made up of our principals and directors at building levels in the district. And they, much like our teachers, have worked very hard to help us work through the pandemic and continue to work hard for our kids to stay. And we do this annually at this time. And, our administrators get issue new contracts.
We need a motion.
Approve the Administrative Association contract is presented.
Second.
Discussion. Mr. Poppin.
Chair, I'm going to ask that the committee consider tabling this to the end of the meeting, pending an executive session. I have significant questions, confusion, clarification needs on that are applicable directly to administrators and understanding it. And I believe it's part of the personnel and dealing with them, and I don't think it's appropriate to bring it out in this stage, but rather talking about processes to understand it better, to be able to connect what's happening and so forth. So I think I would just ask that the committee consider to table this till after an executive session, so we can have a little bit more clarification on.
I second the motion.
Is that a, what is that a motion, number 5?
Yes.
Response to that.
Point of order on that, I mean, the motion's on the table, is on the floor. That's not, that's a counter motion.
To table?
Point of order.
There's a motion
Subsidiary
by
motion.
Member Damon and seconded by Mr. Wilson to receive and approve the LPS Administrators Association contract for 2021.
Point of order. question for the parliamentarian.
Yeah.
Are tabling motions given precedence over main motions?
I believe they are as a subsidiary motion, but if you want a real total answer, give me 1 second. Do suspending the rules a lot more shockingly.
It's a little variety.
The spice of life right here. Gosh, I'm really struggling today. Sorry, guys. Yep, it just goes straight to a vote. And it's a subsidiary motion, so even though the motion has been established, this motion now takes precedence. And it's not debatable.
So the vote would be on his motion to table.
Correct.
And Ms. Ray seconded that?
Yeah.
And we're going to be doing, I announced it at the last meeting, I think that we're gonna be doing the alternating votes, roll call votes now, with member Ward 2 representative absent tonight. This will start with Mr. Madrid-Collins.
Just for clarification, this is to table.
Yeah.
At this point.
Table to the end of the meeting pending an executive session for clarification purposes. on
We don't have an
procedures.
executive session at the end of the meeting.
I suspect that'll be the next motion.
Yes.
Mr. Madrid-Collins.
Yes.
No.
5,
Yes.
6,
Yes.
7,
Yes.
city council?
Yes.
No. Oh, and 1.
Motion passes 5-3 to table.
Is it, what is the majority, what does it need for?
I think it's a simple majority.
Right. Most motions that take precedent require a majority vote.
Yeah, it is majority.
It is majority vote.
Yeah, it's just simple. As far as I'm seeing.
You see it as a majority vote and she sees it as a simple vote.
Well,
It's either way, it's the same.
5 out of 8 is a majority and a simple majority.
No, we've got
When-
5-3.
Majorities are majorities.
5,
Point of order, it's not a 2/3, right?
No.
Parliamentarian. So it doesn't matter whether it's majority and
Does not
simple majority mean the same thing.
so the motion passes, is that what?
Yes.
Jake?
Yes.
I'm going to default to parliamentarian.
I could try saying it a different way, but yes.
Okay, Mr. Madrid-Collins.
As a result of the motion that just passed, I make a motion to amend the rules to consider adding an executive session at the end of this meeting.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Madrid-Collins?
The board just passed a motion to address this at the end of the meeting after an executive session. If we don't have an executive session, then this is going to have to wait until the next meeting. So I encourage everyone to vote yes.
Mr. Ray?
Given our numbers tonight, I just want to let folks know that this motion does need a 2/3 majority, and so that would need to be 6 members in each body for tonight's attendance numbers.
Any other discussion?
I would just urge people to understand that there is clarification that enough people, that more than a few people need to be comfortable making a vote on this. This isn't we want to cause trouble or we want to slow things down. We just need some clarification. We're all aware of the consequences of not making this a vote and passing whatever we need to pass tonight, so.
Word 4,
Yes.
5,
Yes.
6,
Yes.
7,
Yes.
city council?
Yes.
1,
No.
3.
Did you skip yourself?
Oh, I'm just going visually in order. No, and then,
Yes.
so let me clarify that actually. So I should
rotating on every vote?
Am I what?
Are you rotating on every vote?
Yes, are we not supposed to rotate
No,
everybody?
it's all three tonight. And then next week it would be all four.
And I'm supposed to go after you, but before him.
Correct.
Okay.
You can write it down. I don't know.
Well, point of order. It can go in any way that.
Yeah, the chair
I
can
mean,
call
the chair
it
doesn't
however
have
they
to go
want.
last. I mean, we could go around like this, or we could go however, but it just has to be consistent.
Okay, so all votes for the remainder of the night will start with Ward 3. Is that what you're saying? Is that the way the city council does it for that meeting? They don't rotate from vote to vote?
Yep.
Okay,
I
thank you.
was like, what is happening?
So to that end, the motion passes 6-2.
Thank you. Mr. Majerus Collins.
Make a motion that we add an executive session as agenda item 19 and move adjournment to agenda item 20. And have the executive session be to discuss a personnel matter.
Second.
Any discussion? Ms. Rick.
Member Whitlow just alluded to needing to get this done tonight. Could you remind us why that is?
Because we're asking to approve people's contracts, and I think they're here so that they can know if they have a job. So
Isn't there an end date though?
I think it's just important that we take care of business.
Superintendent, there's a date that has to be done by.
There is a date, and it would be the order of business for tonight.
What is the date? Is my ultimate question.
Don't quote me, I believe it's March 1st.
Okay, thank you.
Ward 3.
Yes.
4,
Yes.
5,
Yes.
6,
Yes.
7,
Yes.
city council.
Yes.
Yes. And we're
No.
Motion passes 7-1 to change the order of the.
and at the executive session. Agenda item number 6, sorry, public input. Members of the public may address the school committee for up to 3 minutes on non-agenda items now or on agenda items later. Comments that pertain to staff, personal matters, or a student issue should be directed to the superintendent or the appropriate staff member of Lewiston Public Schools. Public comments shall be directed to the school committee and be brief, not repetitive, and related to the matter at hand. Before starting, please state your name, address, or affiliation to Lewiston Public Schools. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak? Are there any online, Karen?
Standing hands up right now.
Seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item number 7, which is the report from our student representatives who are not here tonight. Oh,
What was up there?
was he?
Omar's here.
Okay. Can you hear us, Omar?
Muted for a second. Still muted. I don't know if he's there.
Omar, did you want to share an update?
If you're having a technical difficulty and you figure it out and you want to give an update in a little bit, feel free to interrupt and we'll come back to you. Agenda item number 8, to receive and approve a proposal between Lewiston Public Schools and Student Transportation Services. And Bobby Avery will present.
So if we could have Alyssa and Dawn come in.
Sure.
It's Dawn and Alyssa. She is. All right, Alyssa, I'm passing the baton.
Hello, everyone. So, and I believe you guys all have a copy of what we're looking to do. I hope you guys can all hear me. So we've been approached by our Hudson Bus Lines. They're our current transportation contract that we have for student transportation. We are in what would be considered a bid year. There is an opportunity, though, to roll over on this bid for some additional years. The chart that we're looking at gradually goes down in the percentage. I think the final year that they're presenting to us would be a 2.5% change in charging. We have looked at the last time we went out to bid. We only had one other competitor that went forth and offered a bid. We did some comparisons. If we had used that competitor, it would have been roughly a $200,000 difference just in this year alone. So we have clearly saved money by going with the most competitive bid. So what we are asking for is the opportunity to potentially roll this over. We do not believe at this time that we would be offered the same percentage increase that we're seeing in this contract offering going forward. The other thing, they are looking to give raises to their employees even during COVID. So they're looking at an average of 6% that they're looking to do for that. They're also looking to give us the upgrades we want for cameras, which would be huge to have a camera upgrade on our buses as well. So they're willing to make adjustments as well as connect us fully with a GPS service that would be functional, unlike we have today. Our GPS service for families isn't as adequate as we would like it to be. So they're willing to boost that, as well as we have had conversations about making sure that we are fully staffed with drivers, which has been a challenge and would be a challenge with any vendor. There is a national shortage of bus drivers. So we also have made it really clear that in the past, they've pulled drivers from Connecticut or other states that are CDL licensed and have all the professional development background that we need. So that making sure we're fully staffed at all of our schools is also a priority for that. Any questions?
If I could just add real quick, I do want to let the committee know that we did bring this forward to the Finance Committee for review. So Member Potvin, I don't know if you have anything to say about this contract for the full committee.
Yeah, we reviewed it on the finance committee and took apart the numbers and what they're offering and what we're getting. Historically, what we've been, had to pay out, and that we thought it was a really good presentation, and that it's definitely something worth supporting. We didn't see any negatives that stood out anywhere. It seemed like they bent over backwards to make this as positive a contract as possible and help us in our favor. So I unless Jake, you got something to add to it, I didn't. I was pleased with it.
When we compared the numbers from the one other bid we got, there was no way we were going to get an option. Just not, no. I'm all for helping people out, but yeah, highway robbery is the only way to determine. I am highly impressed that they're even considering giving raises to their drivers during this COVID. As a former driver, I will say yes. But what they're offering for what they're asking for, perfectly reasonable to me. Sounds like a good.
Member.
So this proposal, if adopted, would have us continue in the same contract or the proposed revised contract for 2026. Is that right?
I believe it would go out for a 5-year span. So yes, we are looking for 2026 on this.
And can you tell me about the kinds of vehicles that are covered under this contract, what they are?
Yes, so they offer us a full variety of vehicles. So right now, because of cost and efficiency for vehicles, we do mainly run diesel and gasoline. They do give us competitive pricing also on alternative fuel. So that is something that they can give us a chart on if we were interested in pursuing that as well. They did that in the last bid. They bid on both gas, diesel, and I think they did propane at the time or biodiesel. So we can definitely check into that as well to see. They're definitely worth pursuing, and there is some incentives from the DOE that exist. So that would still enable us to vet that out and see if it would function for our school district.
So you mentioned gas, diesel, propane, and biodiesel. Those are all sources of carbon pollution. Did the district have any conversation in the coverage of this contract with how our transportation network can be decarbonized?
At this point, we haven't had any direct conversation recently. I would say that we have the ability, if we want to ask the Norse, not the, to ask Hudson if we would like other fuel sources. So that is definitely up for negotiation with them. Even when I compared, and yes, their carbon footprint still, is there, but when we even compared their offerings for alternative fuel sources, they were coming in cheaper than the competitor when we looked at it. That, I don't know if it made it over to the finance committee. So if that's something that you also want to see, we can definitely produce that for you as well.
Yeah, I think that would be great. I think that we hear a lot of good things about Hudson as a company in our work on the school committee, and I'd like to be able to support this contract. I do think it's encouraging that they're providing raises to their drivers, although I would temper that enthusiasm slightly with your reference to a national driver shortage. But ultimately, I want to see those alternative options and see if we're going to make a commitment to a 5-year contract, what our options are for putting our district in a more responsible space environmentally and such that. And I would offer a motion to table this issue until the administration is able to come back to us with more information about alternative fuel sources and decarbonizing our transportation.
Is there a second? There's not. Ms. Ray?
So in looking at this, I appreciate all of the information. I just want to revisit the policy that has to do with purchasing and bids and the formal competitive bid process. How are we getting around that process? Is it because it's an extension? Is the superintendent planning to waive that process? Just curious how it fits into our recently updated and adopted policy.
And I can speak to what I know about the current transportation policy. There is guidelines from the Department of Education and one of their titles that they had that will allow a school district to extend their current request for proposal for an additional amount of time. So it is listed under that state statute that would allow us to do that. If that does not allow us that space, then we would have to make sure we're doing our competitive bid, but it appears that that title and that procurement process would hold up from the state side.
It doesn't, yeah, I see Bobby reaching for the.
I'm happy to share a little bit. So we're in a pandemic, as we all know, and I'm going to answer your question, Member Ray, directly in just one second. Hudson, I just want to remind us all, Hudson knows our families, they know our kids, they know where they live, they know the routes, and it's a pandemic, and it's quite a difficult thing to coordinate during a pandemic and during hybrid learning and all of that wonderful stuff logistically. My recommendation would be to roll this contract over for another 5 years. And to answer your question directly, the superintendent does have some authority to bypass the purchasing policy if we're in a, if he or she or they deem it appropriate to do so. And so we would be asking the superintendent, which we already have done that, to consider doing that. And that's why it went to the finance committee.
So it will be a waiver, is the answer.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
It will be through the process of waiver of competition, not through the state law that was just done.
We'd have to follow our own policy. So even though statute guides us and tells us that we can do it, we would still want to consider our own policy as well.
Great.
Yep.
There's one other thing too about this contract, which I found rather amazing. was as the finance committee is working on that full schematic of a 5-year build out, but working into the future and develop budgets going forward, that this fit very nicely into the transportation piece, in terms of what to expect each year, that we're able to factor that in. And it actually gives us a lot of foundation to be able to work off of. So that was one attractive piece for me that I liked about it, was that it fit really well. Here they are, they have the full build out for 5 years, with a bunch of positives built in there, and it fit right into what we were attempting to do. So just want to throw that out.
Bobby or Ms. Roman, I have a question. Even before the pandemic, we were short on necessary buses in order to transport all of our students, specifically at Connors. We had that second round of students that had to wait in order to get bused home, and were here for an extended period of time. Was there any discussion in this renegotiation for an allowance for capacity increasing, so that if and when we can return our students 5 days a week, we will have enough spacing to do so and then not have these problems again in the future?
Yes, the answer is yes.
Yes.
I'll start and then you can jump into, yes, we had that discussion. I just real quick, because it was really cool. I had started out the conversation with their vice president to remind them about equity and what equity means to our school department and what it means to all school departments, and that their proposals should probably consist of some form of an equity statement or something that has to do with equity. And they took copious notes from that discussion and thanked us for reminding them that they should incorporate that. And I based that equity conversation on Connors, in that, we were down 2 buses, 2 drivers, and it's very important to us that we have equity across all schools and that all students who need transportation receive that. And it wasn't, I don't know, Alyssa, I don't know, it was maybe a half hour after our conversation, we all went away, that they released 2 buses for Connors. After that conversation, the problem is that we still need the drivers. So we did let them know, and Alyssa, you can speak to this, but she was very to the point about the importance of having drivers, and it didn't matter to her or to us whether they needed to get them from Connecticut or Rhode Island or from any other state, that all of our schoolhouses needed to be staffed on our buses with equity in mind for all student ridership. Alyssa, if you want to add to that.
Yeah, absolutely. I was very impressed with the corporate people from Ledgmere that were there representing, that when we brought this to them, they did take notes. You could see them taking notes, that the response was one of, we need to make sure this group is serviced and given the right amount of staff. So I felt reassured. I really drove home the point, because I had heard during the pandemic that they were nervous about moving drivers between terminals. And that was the point that I'm like, not that it sounds really cruel, but not my problem. We need to move people to make this work for our district. We are just as important. This is our contract. We need to make sure we're taken care of. And they have been responsive, very responsive to our needs, and looking to make sure we are fully staffed. I know on our budget planning, we are looking to make sure we have a really robust for our special education department. I don't want to have to struggle with getting a child to a special education school. If we can make it happen, we need to. So I was very impressed that they were doing it. We've already, even though we haven't rolled over yet, we've already had phone calls of, can you meet to go over the new camera system? So even regardless of this rollover, they're willing to take on even what they can this year. That GPS, they're willing to take that on this year. So that's the other thing, is that it hasn't slowed them down in their service to us. So I've been very appreciative of that. And we made it really clear that one school can't be less than another just because of proximity. So having that discussion as well, that it's embarrassing if one school is left out. So they were very receptive to that, and very kind about the approach to it, taking full control of making sure they're getting staff in. So I appreciated that.
And I do want to say we're painting a picture as though it may sound like it was intentional, but there was no intention about this. We genuinely had a manufacturing issue as far as getting those 2 additional buses. And then, of course, the driver shortage nationwide. So, you know, they heard us. They heard us loud and clear.
Glad to hear that when we're back to normalcy, some level of normalcy, that we'll have adequate busing. The other question I have is, if we end up getting to the start of the 2021-2022 school year and we still have some kind of state guidelines in place that limit what we can do for our students coming to school, and we want to start considering options like an AM and a PM, will we be able to revisit this with Hudson to see about getting increased busing so we can do some kind of an overlap with midday, or just will they be willing to have the conversations with us to explore options to get our kids back in school as soon as possible?
We've already started that discussion.
Okay.
Now it's not, I mean, Jake hasn't directed us to do that, but it's just what we do. It's to, you know, do our planning. It's not all fully vetted out because we don't have all of the details, but we have started that discussion. Alyssa, do you have anything?
Yeah, I would just say that with each scenario, it's just good for the school committee to know that with each scenario that is come up with, whether we do hybrid, who goes, who doesn't go, it really depends on capacity on those buses. So if we're stuck with 26 kids, it's going to make it extremely challenging. AM and PM, you run into concerns about timing because it takes us about 2 hours in the morning to do our routes and 2 hours in the afternoon. So it's a 4-hour block in the middle of the day. So it's just things to be aware of as far as logistics and the way our city's set up. Is Hudson willing to do whatever to make whatever work? Yeah, they'll send a driver out, they'll do whatever. The one thing that we're trying to, just with COVID, just so everyone's aware, is our terminal manager, we're trying to make it so he does not drive a bus, because if the terminal manager gets sick, it could shut down the whole operation. So we're very much aware of making sure that they have adequate staff to man those buses as well and to route them around the city. So each scenario will have pros and cons and logistical challenges too that we definitely have to vet out on multiple levels to make sure that it works for the schoolhouses, the programs, and everything else we're running. But any scenario that we get wind of or idea, we're definitely already scheming and thinking about what's the fall going to look like? What is it going to look like when we do after school programs? What happens in the summertime? Those discussions are already being had.
Great, thank you. Any other discussion or questions? Is there a motion?
Motion to approve the proposal between LPS and Student Transportation Services.
Let's talk in a second. Any discussion? Mr. Majoris Collins.
So it's too bad that I wasn't able to get information about more environmentally responsible options here. I wanted to be able to vote for this contract, but I can't. A vote for 5 more years of destructive carbon pollution without any ability to see what our alternatives are and how we can move to act more responsibly is not in the best interest of our students. It's not in the best interest of our planet, and I can't vote for this.
Anyone else? Word 3.
No.
4.
Yes.
5.
Yes.
6.
Yes.
7.
Yes.
City Council?
Yes.
Yes. And Ward 1.
Yes.
Motion passes 8-1, sorry, 7-1.
Agenda item number 9, to receive draft topics by date for school committee meetings. Jake.
So I shared in the packet, we tried to rough out, so this is the schedule that Sue had put out about meetings, and I took it as a Word document, modified it, and I plugged in some of the items that I had on the list that had yet to be addressed. Most of the other items that were there were we touched on in different capacities. So I wanted to present this to you as a working draft of topics by meeting, so that we can really start to carve out, be deliberate about our timeframes for different topics that are either on here and or come up in the future.
Any discussion or questions? Ms. Wright.
One thing that I think has come up recently, and maybe it was my little bit low, brought it up, was revisiting the charges of subcommittees society. Specifically, I think we were talking about the whole subcommittee and understanding the length of that term is an ad hoc, those sorts of things. So I didn't see that on here, but maybe it's hidden under something else.
I don't have that one on here, but I can certainly add it. Would something about a month out be okay, so that people have a chance to have a meeting? And try to at least report back out where they're at with their charge?
Sorry, I didn't mean to single out just someone with subcommittee. I just meant all of them were supposed to come up with charges, and I don't know where this is. Sorry. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Can I ask clarification? Who sets this? Is it the school committee deciding of what the charge is? Is it an individual committee setting the charge? Is it you that sets the charge?
I think historically it's been the committee that sort of set the charge for the subcommittees, but I don't know if that's set in stone that that's how it has to be. I know when the poverty committee was created, the school committee voted on what the charge was going to be, and then not long ago, we had a presentation and we voted to reaffirm that charge as a school committee. So for the committees that are outside of the normal procedural rules, like the homeless subcommittee and the poverty subcommittee, the committee as a whole charges them with what their charge is. But I think that the ones that are in the procedural rules, that's sort of just their standing committees, so I'm not sure if if that charge exists already somewhere.
That is defined. Finance committee looks at finances.
Right.
Facilities looks at facilities, et cetera. So
Mr. Wright.
I mean, I would even argue that the standing committees could use
Clarification,
some
yeah.
structure. I think, you know, when we went to look at policy after that long break from beginning of COVID until towards the end of last year, we had to revisit the dates for the cycle in which we were supposed to review those things. But we've also gone out of order to take up state and federal changes of law. I think in terms of finance is new. Obviously, they look at the budget, but do they need to see any bids for proposal and work on the competitive bid process? I think for facilities, you know, there was a lot that there was a subcommittee of that for the expansion, and I don't know how they all fit together. But I think just setting parameters for every committee would be really helpful, especially as new folks on board every year. You know, 6 new members to this committee in the past. Well, I guess it's more like 8 new members to this committee in the past term. Might be helpful for, you know, when Mr. Bill Hunt shows up and say, here are what the committees do, that sort of thing.
Yeah, and I don't know if that looks like each committee drafting their own and sort of wordsmithing it and then bringing it back to us as a committee to vote on. I don't know if that would be the easiest way to do it, or.
yeah, I can propose to. I mean, I participated in most of, if not all of them, but I can come up with a couple of lines to guide it and share it with each chair, and then bring it back to this group if there's further discussion.
Sounds good to me. Any other discussion on this? Thank you. Agenda item number 10, to receive and approve the adoption of new policy DJR Federal Procurement Manual. Ms. Wright.
Yes, you all.
I see what you're saying now. My rationale is different than my agenda. So are you doing the federal procurement or the truancy? I have both on here.
Oh, we're just doing DJR tonight.
Just to you.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. I didn't realize you were saying that was off completely. Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
So just for some context, policy D came through a couple weeks, months ago perhaps, and was unanimously passed. And then this reference came forward actually through Ms. Roman and the transportation and nutrition program that we needed to update our policy DJR to new federal standards. So we went back around and we've got this new federal procurement manual to add into the policy manual. And I would ask that we consider a first and final reading for this, given that this needs to be enacted by the end of February. It is entirely based on state and federal law, and it's very much by the book.
If I could share that we were scheduled to meet the Friday before the break, and of course, we had a major disruption to our school community, passing a teacher, and so we did not hold that meeting. So there's kind of two things going on. One is, while members have had copies of this, that member Ray has prepared in a line for us. That makes sense. They're not things that I would necessarily argue with. They're pretty fundamental. They're law. So we didn't get to hold that meeting, but we also have that time constraint of meeting certain components for federal procurement around nutrition and the things that they need to do.
Any questions? Mr. Mears-Collins?
I move that we waive a first reading and proceed to final adoption of the Federal Procurement Manual Policy DJR.
Discussion. Ward 3,
Yes.
4,
Yes.
5,
Yes.
6,
Yes.
7,
Yes.
City Council?
Yes.
Yes. Ward 1?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0 to waive the first reading and to adopt all in one.
All of them.
All right.
Agenda item number 11, to discuss and possibly act on a proposal for a change to hybrid model education policy. Superintendent Lingham's going to present.
All right, so in the packet, I shared a memo with you that I want to walk through for us and our thinking, and also the public. And I'll start by saying, I'm the person that has philosophically wanted to put students back in school in person as soon as possible, as much as possible. I want to follow the guidelines and do things the right way. But I have, since day one, have said and have been borderline impatient with how long we carried on certain components. Again, I don't seek to break the rules, but I just wanted to find every way we could to follow the rules, but get kids in more. And so I did some homework, I did some research. A lot of people have chimed in. I've had messages from members of the community, members of the committee on both sides of the conversation, and some right in the middle. I worked with President Litton from the LEA. We had a discussion about this in advance, and she was able to get some input from her association and members of the association. And really, we came down to where philosophies that clash. And when we talk about what is the best thing for kids, is what I'm really trying to dig at. But we can't do this alone. And I can't go teach classes. And we have a lot of people who have other challenges around this. And so part of what I shared in the memo was a list of variables that really come into play here. And the first one, and I'm just going to go through these, but the first one is I'm committed to following the guidelines. The guidelines are established by the state. They are the Department of Education. They are tied to our funding. It's upon us. It's our role. It's our responsibility to follow those rules. Lewiston Administrative Association provided a lot of valuable input about the ways in which we could go back to school more often, and we started to look at different variables. Some have been mentioned today. Can we split the day? Can we go on alternating Fridays? Do we go 5 days on, 5 days off? All kinds of different ideas that we kind of put on the table. We said, okay, what are the logistics to those things? And as we started to narrow down the logistics, or the logistics actually ballooned, was when I brought in, I had a meeting with the LEA and said, the only one that I could see that might be feasible would be alternating Wednesdays. And this is a discussion that has some traction in the community. And there's some other schools in our immediate surroundings that have taken on this approach. But as I continue to look at our demographics, as I continue to look at our enrollments, and I continue to look at the complications from a staffing perspective, just the sheer logistics of it, it just clashed with my own thinking philosophically that we should be in school more often and on more days in person. And so I shared with you a number of a slideshow that came from our teachers and some comments that they shared in advance. And I think there's a whole lot of people that want kids back more often, but we have to be able to do it safe. We have to be able to follow the guidelines. The real reason we stopped, or we pitched a hybrid plan to not go to school on Wednesdays, so we had that window of cleaning time and that kind of dormant period. A lot of the science has come back to us as it relates to schools, that period of time, while it might be subject to some people's debate, is not as necessary as we thought it was back in August. And so when we looked at that and we considered rotating Wednesdays, we would by default take away that cleaning time with that dormant window. We would by default be putting cohorts of kids really back to back with the gap in between. And so that raised some concerns. We talked earlier about the vaccinations. The reality is teachers have been pushed off because of decisions around supporting those more susceptible to have life-threatening symptoms from COVID-19 and variants. I'm not going to debate the medical decision. It's a reality. And so for what that meant for our staff, and not just teachers or educators, but all of our staff, was that they were then going to be pushed out unless they fell into one of those categories. And as I mentioned earlier, there's a 4-week window roughly between the two. I believe it's 28 days is the last I saw, but you get one dose, you wait 28 days, you get the second dose. And so that's, I know it's a simple thing, but it's more complex than just once you get your shot, you're good. This is the 2-shot window, and then the time for your body to develop those antibodies. Again, I think we'll be roughly around May when teachers will have the opportunity to be vaccinated, not necessarily that everyone will choose to do that. So that was another condition, factor that I thought. And as I think of these things more and more, plus our folks that are working remote because they themselves have a risk factor that has caused them to say to human resources, if there's a remote option for work, I need to work remote because my doctor has suggested I do so. And so those folks are working at home. If we come back to school more often or more frequently, and our numbers in the building grow, our numbers of adults in the building also need to grow. And I don't know in the current pandemic where things are at. I should say I know, I don't know. I do know that I don't believe we have enough staffing to increase how many kids we have in our building. Not to mention the other stresses that educators had shared, which again is in the documents. The governor's emergency was extended, looking at vaccinations being likely May, and many other factors I include in the memo. So my recommendation is that we establish stability, we stay the course. Unless the law changes around the guidelines that tells us to go back to school, either more frequently or in different ways, I think it's time to tell our teachers, our parents, our students that this is our plan for the year. Unless something drastic changes, as I look at prediction, it's not going to, that for the remainder of this school year, we stay the course and we establish a routine, we keep it, we make the best of it. There are positives as part of this that have worked for some kids in different teaching and learning settings. It's not perfect, I get it. But if we can establish stability and move forward with a demeanor that says, this is just how we're going to do our business, I think it would take a weight off people's shoulders who are worried that there's a pending change or a system that's going to stress them or that they can't manage, or that we end up understaffed, over-enrolled. And neighboring schools that are doing more activity, most of them don't have the enrollments that we have. None of them have the demographics that we have. And so my recommendation is that we stay the course, keep our hybrid model as built, knowing that there's some shortfalls, but building off of stability.
Discussion. Mr. Obama.
I've been a very vocal proponent of getting back to normal, but to the degree that some people know and here, I hope, is thought of me as a single issue proponent of it. As a teacher across the river for 43 years, this is the thing that is putting me out to pasture. Again, this is repetition. I'm saying it to be on record here. We've seen from local and national news about the horrible effects it has on our students, resulting in suicides in some cases, the increase in depression. We would all love a magic wand to get back to normal. I would not want to go back until it is safe, until teachers are vaccinated, I think the changing schedules at this point would be very disruptive. Biting the inside of my lip saying I wish we could do it differently, but I totally support the continuation of the process here until we get medical government clearance. I cannot with good conscience advocate that we get back. I've said before, I'd be teaching a couple more years had it not been for my frustrations with all the things that go into remote learning. We can't make connections with kids, can't, hug them to support them or give them a punch in the arm to get them motivated. It's totally frustrating and I get emotional just thinking about it, the whole dissatisfaction. But when push comes to shove, Jake, I totally agree. We've got to have it safe. We can't take a risk on that. Thank you.
I just wanted to say, Jake, when I read your memo the first time, I was a little bit, okay, I need to read that again so I understand it. Because sometimes things sink in a little bit late these days. There's a little bit too much going on around me, it makes things distracting. When I read this again and things really sank in, I really appreciated how concise and clear you were. We weren't pulling any punches, you were very clear. This is why this is happening the way it's happening. This is what we're going to do. I know that people, I know as a former single mom, I will tell you, having to have kids home when I need to be working sucks. But I would rather have them home and safe and struggling than at school with a teacher who's burnt out and falling apart. Because we have to look at the whole ecosystem of our school system, not just what's most convenient for the most people. Because at this point, convenient isn't necessarily the safest option. I really appreciate how clear this is. I know it's not everybody's favorite idea, but it is the most, in my mind, most responsible option we have. So thank you.
Mr. Ramirez-Collins?
I appreciate this recommendation as well. And I think that one thing that really gets lost in these conversations, because there is a small group of incredibly vocal and incredibly passionate advocates of pushing the envelope, sometimes even folks who are advocating that we break the law to get kids back in school. I think that one of the things that gets lost is the huge chunk of Lewiston students who are learning remotely all the time, the cohort C folks. And I think that those students potentially stand to lose out if we were to adopt in-person learning on Wednesdays. They would lose out on attention from staff. They might lose out on opportunities to connect with classmates. And I feel like we spent so much time, and for good reason, talking about what's going on in the schools, that we have to remember that there's a huge chunk of Lewiston students who are learning remotely all the time. And we have to keep their educational experience front of mind as well. And then I would also say that everything that I've heard from staff members, both in Lewiston and where we're considering this change and hopefully not adopting it, and in other districts where they have adopted it, is a feeling that there is just more and more being asked. And I know that this committee has expressed to varying degrees at varying points commitment to supporting our staff and our teachers and all of our educators. And this is an opportunity to do that by giving them some stability and giving them some breathing room and not asking for that much more without any additional support. So I hope that folks will support the superintendent's recommendation.
So Jake, I'm here to send the message of the opposite side. Generally, people have talked to me about how they personally feel about this and what's going on with their kids. And, I've said it before, keep in mind, when I sit with people, and a good chunk of my constituency are hospital workers, they're not deciding to have one person in a unit. They're working right in the middle of all of this. I have a good chunk of our ambulance drivers. Have a choice. They go to work every day, into crowds, whatever they have to do. My own co-workers in the county jail. We've seen 120, 150 in one building. We we've done it. I have constituents who work at Hannaford. They've taken the appropriate actions to deal with hundreds of people in those stores. All of these people are the people paying the bill for us to do a job. And I could say from my point of view, they're not happy. They're not happy that they are living life and dealing with COVID, and their families are dealing with COVID. But somehow, education is getting a pass that, for whatever reason, they go out on help, whatever the health reasons are. When we have CDC and federal entities telling us, of all things, this is one of the safer areas. You know, and for us not to explore as many options as we can to provide the public the service that we are sitting here in this room with $90 million worth of taxpayer money to do, to make the argument that, oh, we have health concerns. You're arguing this to people who daily are in the middle of these health concerns. And they shake their heads. And so that they, you know, and I don't know what's next, how much patience they have. I know there's been many that have pulled their kids out of the district, you know, looking at alternatives, whichever way they can. I guess I just, you know, they've asked me to send the message that it's not all one way. It's not all about the concern of safety in the schools. There's something that needs to be done here, and we owe it to them to explore every single option to the best that we can, including what I provided earlier tonight. You know, whether buses can make the changes or whatever. You know, we can't exhaust. We just can't tell the public, it's been a rough year. I know you spent $90 million, but you know, it's been a rough year. It's not fun. It's not, at least with not the people that talk to me. And so I have a tough time as a representative to these people who are putting their lives on the line. And they're having a tough time understanding the plight of teachers sitting in a classroom with 12 to 15 kids. When, what is it that we say every meeting? It's about the kids. As Mr. Beaufort said, you know, it's about getting them back to a norm as fast as possible. And you know, providing as much as we can. And this is what the public is seeing, and I just think that we can't just say, it is what it is. We've got to every week evaluate what possibilities are out there, what can work, what can be better. And you know what, and again, the more we do now, the easier we are to transition next September into a greater norm, whatever that norm will be. So the taxpayers asked me to send a message tonight, and I've delivered it. So.
I just have a question for Mr. Poppin, if I could. What do they think, or you think that we're not doing? That's what you said.
They plainly feel that we should be in school with as much, whatever we can fit in. They don't feel that we're fitting the total number of kids that we could do in the schools. They understand our modeling, but they feel with the new information and the science that's come forward that we could make some changes. I mean, I know the Wednesday's been batted around back and forth and stuff, but I even have some concerns about that because of the scheduling with the teachers and so forth. But in terms of during the week, you know, they truly feel that the numbers, they don't understand how the numbers won't work for us to get these kids back to school at least 4 days a week. Keep the people in cohort C doing if they don't want to come to school, well, if that's the parent's decision, so be it. And as Jake said, we're talking a quarter to a third of the people, so the students in these schools. And have we reviewed, can we put 4 classrooms in here? I mean, I know other places have put up walls to create things and make things happen. And I think the big hurt is when they hear the staffing issue. And these are people working in COVID. If they have a really tough time of swallowing that, especially where they're the ones paying the bill, and there's an expectation. And then here they are going to work at the hospitals, and they're like, there is enough science out there where we have protected enough people that the majority of society is able to work, but not schools. And so there's that disconnect that they can't reconcile it. They can't reconcile it. And they just feel that we should be doing more with what we have. They're not expecting a perfect picture. They're expecting everything. They're just saying we could do more with what we have to work with.
Ms. Ray.
Thank you. The last news alert I got before I turned my phone off before this meeting was a data visualization of the loss of 500,000 Americans to this disease. And so I think that was just a stark reminder, even though that the number was declining, there are so many people who have not made it out of this. And that possibility has driven my decisions over the past almost full year now. I just want to say how much I appreciate the predictability and stability of this proposed plan and recommendations of the superintendent. That's what I've tried to vote for in the past and will continue to vote for tonight, pending whatever motions are made to move us in that direction.
Thank you. Mr. Ramirez-Fellows.
I appreciate the passion and principle that Member Potvin brings to this conversation, and I have no doubt that he is faithfully and accurately representing his constituents' viewpoints. My concern is that I think that the message needs to get out to our community that our staff is working, and they're working harder than they've ever worked. And this is not a question of, an unwillingness to do more. There is just a physical limit. And I think that this is a conversation that potentially could be returned to towards the end of the school year, when students potentially could be attending classes outside. But for the moment, the capacity of our schools is what it is. I'd be interested to hear any motions that Member Potvin had to bring forward. But the other thing that I would say is that both of Lewiston's hospitals are in my ward, Ward 3. And my sense of this is that the best thing that we can do to support hospital workers and to support healthcare professionals more generally is to do everything possible to minimize the spread of the coronavirus, to continue the decline in cases that we've seen in recent weeks, to allow some breathing room and some support and some hospital capacity to rebound for the folks who are working in those conditions. I understand that not everyone who's doing those jobs sees that the same way, but I think that by continuing to follow state and federal guidelines, we allow ourselves to minimize the spread of COVID-19 in our schools. We have not eliminated it. That is an ongoing concern for me. But any movement towards greater interaction, towards having people be closer together, and relaxing the restrictions that we have in place is a recipe for increased spread within the schools, having to close down schools with no warning because of caseloads, and ultimately reducing our healthcare capacity. But no, I don't know if Member Potvin or anyone else is going to make a motion on the subject, or if we're all just sort of voicing our perspectives.
Any other members of the committee want to speak? I have some comments. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
This week will be the first time that the Auburn has theoretically a paper 5-day instruction. Again, cohort A would be there in person 3 days, and then cohort B Thursday and Friday, and the next week would be cohort B Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Cohort A Thursday and Friday. The remotes will have to tune in 5 days a week. I'll come back in the next meeting and let you know how I'm doing and how that's working out. I do not think, I'm gonna try to have my ear to the ground, that the teachers have been as vocal on their concerns where I work as is here, but I cannot imagine that the same problems aren't there. This was a mandate from the school committee. I'm not sure what discussion it was. I missed that meeting, but I certainly have concerns from that point of view. I'll let you know in person next meeting how it's been going.
Before we open it up to the public, I wanted to sort of gauge feedback from the committee on having a workshop, either for our next agenda, for our next regularly scheduled meeting, or potentially having a separate meeting added to the schedule, where we have a workshop completely dedicated to discussing options, and sort of vetting those out and troubleshooting them, and do it in sort of a live setting. I think that would answer a lot of questions. I think the community as a whole, no matter which side they are on this, just sort of has questions and there's a lot that's unanswered. And I think if we could all have a conversation and sort of workshop it to see what we could do. Can we break up our cafeterias and our gyms that aren't being used and create more classes, or why will that not work? Can teachers who must be remote be on Zoom and teach a class that's live? Like, just going through all of those options and talking them out and letting the public know that we hear them on both sides and we want to find what's best and what's going to work. And I'm sure a lot of these conversations have been had in offices and in private and different places and different groups. But maybe just having those conversations publicly will help reassure our teachers, our students, and our parents that we are trying to figure out what's best for everybody. And maybe we would have that meeting and at the end of it, nothing would change. And maybe we would have that meeting and we would find something brilliant that somehow hadn't been tossed around, or I don't know. I don't know what would come out of it, except for maybe it would provide some reassurance to our constituents and the general public that we are trying to find what's best and what will work. So I don't know if there's any interest in doing that or not. Mr. Wright.
I think it's a good suggestion, because I do think there is misinterpretation and what you hear through the grapevine and what may or may not be true. And I think getting that all up on the table at an appropriate time would be wise to have that discussion. But I would hope it wouldn't push things that have already built up further down the line.
Mr. Kovler.
I'm sorry, my last statement, point on this matter, my previous reference to the Lewiston teachers being vocal, I should have used the term eloquent instead. I don't think they're banging cans and making a loud noise over nothing. It's a big issue. And I stand corrected on my description.
Thank you.
I think it's a good idea. I certainly think that's opportunity, any opportunity is step forward.
Mr. Ramirez, comments?
I think that there's merit to having a public conversation about what the guidelines are and what is feasible. But I think that presenting it as though there's going to be a discussion that leads to some sort of increase in students who go in school is misleading. And so I would perhaps reframe it as a forum where folks can have their questions answered by administration, that we can hear and comment on things, but I don't have any reason to think that our superintendent or our administrative team is somehow ignoring some glaringly obvious issue here. And I don't want to give people false hope that we're going to workshop this and figure it out and we're going to come with some solution. I think that we have to level with people and be realistic about where we're going. And if we want to have a forum to have a conversation about, what the restrictions are so that people are informed, that strikes me as a more productive thing to do than to send any sort of message that we're going to change something when we can't do that.
I think what I'm proposing is more of a conversation to a public conversation to see if there are things that we can change. And like I said, maybe it'll end up at the end of that discussion that there are not, but at least having the open-minded approach that we're going to hear all of these options and we're going to go through them so that people don't feel like they're just being disregarded when they say, this is what I want, this is what my students want, these are what my children want. And then we're just saying, hey, we can't do it. I think having that public conversation where we say, this is why we can't do it, or this is why it didn't work, or we tried to figure this out and logistically we can't. I think having those open-minded conversations is a lot more, is very important. And will reassure a lot of people that may feel like they're asking for something and they're being hit with a wall of, no, we're not gonna do it, no, we're not gonna do it, without being explained thoroughly. I think that would be the important part of it, is being open-minded.
I can see where you're going with that, but this is the public place that we've been talking about this for how long? I mean, I agree completely with Mr. Joyce's comments, oddly enough. And I think that when there are guidelines from the state saying that you can't do certain things, I'm not sure what else can change for that. So I don't know if that's worth the time to have a forum input. I think input is from the state level.
I just want to say really quickly, this conversation we're discussing, having reminds me of a conversation I had with my former mother-in-law when I was driving a school bus with small children. How do you justify driving around the bus all day? You must be having fun. Like, I get in the bus at 6:30 in the morning. I don't step out of it until 9:10. Then I clean it out, which is another half hour. Then I go home for all of 4 or 5 hours in the middle of the day and possibly do another job on the side. And then I go back to work for another 3 or 4 hours in the bus with 64 kids. If you think 64 kids in a tin can is fun, go get the training and try it. It can be. And I love my students and I love what I was doing. But just because you don't for yourself understand how it works doesn't mean you can make a snap judgment about it. I understand that this conversation might bring some things to light that people aren't really thinking about. The logistics of moving 64 students is not a, oh, we're just gonna take it from here to here. Yeah, you try wrangling 64 kids. I understand the transportation side of it. I also understand that my kids were germ magnets, and the thought of, you know, sending them all back in and praying that we all stay healthy, that scares me. But we need to have this conversation. I think the families that are questioning why we're doing what we're doing need to understand if they may not have the patience or the bandwidth right now to sit down and go through the state guidelines and try to understand them. Because sometimes the way things are worded is not something you can grab the first time through. But if we can present this in a way that they can understand what the guidelines are, understand what we're working with and how those two things interact, that might help break up some of this. We need them all back in school right now. Because if we can set it very clear, this is what we can do. We're doing what we can do. This is what adding more would cost our teachers and our students, our faculty. That is a conversation I think is overdue. And maybe why we're having so much push to get everything back right now. Because I don't understand all the variables Jake deals with. He doesn't understand my job. We each have our own niches, and sometimes we have to share what those niches look like. And this is the way to do it. So I think it's a good option.
Ms. Rick.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the superintendent's recommendation and also ask that administration put together forums either at the district or site program level to answer folks' questions about what that means going forward.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I mean, is that something that administration feels comfortable to do? And is there a timeline that needs to be done? I know that they have a lot to plate, so I want to make sure that before we're telling them what to do, they can do that.
Yeah, I think we can figure it out. Just to pull something together and get it out there, give people a chance to attend.
Ms. Rick.
And the reason I make this motion, to remember Whitlow's point, I think they're, giving folks false hope in that phrase rung really true with me, which is why I wanted to get this motion out there, because I think setting that predictability is a part of this conversation, but answering these questions and being as transparent as possible is really important. So just trying to balance those two with this motion and also give the administration the space they need to receive those recommendations if they come forward and look at them to Member Brooks' point, there might be something crazy and new we haven't thought of yet, and maybe we will want to implement it as it gets former, but I think for now, it's saying we're staying the course, because that is state law, it seems wise.
Any other discussion? I don't think that having individual conversations at the school level with the administrators, just answering parents' questions, is exactly what I was hoping for. I think having a workshop and discussions as a group with the school committee and inviting parents who want to participate in to do that, I think is more what I'm going for, so that the people that want to be heard can be heard and not just come back to their administrators and get the same question, the same answers they've already been given. I was hoping for a more broader discussion option, because there are people that are very passionate about this, and I don't know that they're being heard or that they feel like they're being heard. So that's what I was proposing. Mr. Majerus-Collins.
I understand that there are people who are very passionate about this, and I would encourage them to speak with their school committee members, to speak with district administration, to speak with site level administration. It sounds like obviously some of us, to varying degrees, all of us have heard from those folks, whether or not they actually live in our wards. But I just keep coming back to, you know, the idea that we have to be, you know, totally realistic and, you know, totally candid with people. And I think that going through the process of you know, suggesting that we're going to hear ideas that are just, we know going into it are out of compliance with state law, is just not particularly productive, and actually sets those same folks up to be even more frustrated and disappointed when they go through all of the process of coming to a workshop only to learn, or perhaps to hear and reject, that what they're suggesting just isn't lawful. And that doesn't seem like the best way of doing things. I think that Member Ray's suggestion about having either a district level forum or site level forums where parents can talk directly to administrators and get their questions answered is a better way of doing this, because this isn't a policy decision. This is just a question of state law.
Members of the public. Oh, can we go to members of the public while there's a? Okay. We want to start here or online here. Go ahead. Sure.
Everyone. My name is Raul Marcocho, math teacher at Lewiston High School. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of a return to in-person instruction. In the summer, before the new school year begins, I received a contract from the district that I've signed and I mailed back to my employer. The contract reads that I agree to serve in the public schools of Lewiston. I take the act of signing very seriously. There's not just my name in that signature, it's not just a scribble. My family, my father and my children's names are on the piece of paper after I've signed. By signing the contract, my family and I agreed to serve in the public schools of Lewiston. The signature makes me a public servant. Whom do I serve? The public servant serves the public. The public means the people, all the people of Lewiston. What does serve mean? Serving means that I'm entirely subject to someone else's will, to someone else's best interest. I'm asked to do what is best for whom I serve, that is the students and their families. And I'm not only serving the handful of students in my roster and their families, I'm indirectly serving every member of this community, and possibly of communities hundreds of miles away from here, where some students of mine might be moving to someday. I'm also serving the new families, not Lewiston residents yet, that will be moving to Lewiston next year. On my own accord, I agree to serve in the students' best interest, not mine. Now, what is the students' best interest? In general, it's a solid education.
an item I would respectfully encourage you to consider in one of your meetings. And in particular, during this last year, science has been telling us over and over again that being in school is the best for our children. The children are safer in school and for innumerable reasons. Caring about the social, emotional, and intellectual well-being of our children, of students of poverty, students with special needs, English language learners, and keeping the doors of our schools open as much as possible are one and the same act of love and responsibility. Keeping children away from school is aggravating social inequalities, affecting their physical and mental health as we speak, with devastating effects on their future. Too many students, after 12 years of school, cannot write, read, or count. We cannot afford to waste 1 minute of teaching or learning. Families should be able to send their children back to school in person if they wish. Let the family decide for themselves. Trust their judgment. They know what is best for their children, and incidentally, they're the ones that foot the bill. Daily infection keep declining. 2 days a week was probably okay last September. In March, it is not. Time has come to reopen the doors of our school. Last summer, you asked me to serve the people of Lewiston, and I agreed. Well, let me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Allison Litton, LEA President, Family Engagement Coordinator at Connors, and parent of 2 LPS students. Wow, I was expecting a passionate conversation tonight, but this has really been enlightening, and I have to give thanks where thanks is due to committee members who are really understanding what our educators are doing this year. While we may not be in person in buildings, there is not one teacher, one educator, one ed tech, anyone involved in this program that hasn't given their everything and somewhat more than they have to give. I've been getting texts from folks who are really emotional tonight, and that's hitting me as well. Just because we're not in schools does not mean that we are not working for our kids. Everyone, again, is giving it 110%. Safety is paramount to everything right now. If we prolong this, then we're going to be looking at options in August as well. So saying to throw the state standards, state guidelines out the window, it's a really dangerous suggestion. And I think that there's a lot of frustration from the community right now. The people are tired of COVID. I drive by a sign on a vision center and it says day 300 and something. I don't know why they have to put that on our face every day. It's right next to my kids' daycare, but we get it. This is ongoing. Everyone wants to be done with it. Teachers, educators, we want to be back in school with our kids 100%, but it needs to be when we're safe. It needs to be when our kids are going to be safe and when we can ensure families that they're going to be safe as well. We are public servants, but we're not martyrs. So please keep that in mind. And to those of you, again, that appreciate the efforts, I appreciate that you're publicly speaking on that, because when we have folks standing behind us, that means the world. We have competent, very competent leadership in LPS, and suggestions that are coming in that have been discussed with those leaders, that have been discussed with staff. We need to listen to them. Thank you.
Any other members of the public that are present? Online attendees?
Hi, can you hear me okay? Hi, my name is Kira Soramato. I'm a 6th grade teacher at McMahon Elementary, and I know you all hear from me a lot. I would like to speak to a number of points that have been brought up. The first is that our students need to be back in school, and that I am a public servant meant to serve my students and my community. And I would like to share with you the ways that I am serving my students and the community. right now I have 2 hours of non-student time during the school day. And those are the 2 hours that my students are in Unified Arts. And instead of taking that as teacher free time, I Zoom with students who are at home, and I give them my time. On my Wednesdays in the mornings, I give students my time. I meet with small groups to provide kind of interim support for kids who are struggling with concepts or who are struggling on the remote days. I also have made time to meet beyond that noon cutoff when it should be my planning time with a student who is really struggling on remote days, and he gets an hour and a half of my time. And it doesn't matter if it goes beyond when it's supposed to be my planning time. Every afternoon after school, I used to ask my students to help clean up the classroom at the end of the day, but every minute of instructional time is so precious that I no longer do that. So when students are all on the bus, I log into Zoom and I again support my kids who are at home who have struggled with their work that day. And then what little is left of my planning time, when the school day ends, I use to clean up my classroom. So there goes my planning time again. So if you take away Wednesdays, what little real planning time I do keep dedicated for planning time, what are my options? Should I tell my students who are getting help from me during Unified Arts and after school, I'm sorry, I need more time to plan. I can't help you anymore. Or do I tell my family, I'm sorry, I've lost all my planning time. Now I have to do it at home. That's what you're asking. And I would also like to point out something additional that you may not have thought of. If we have students in alternating cohorts coming in on Wednesdays, what is Wednesday? Is it a normal instructional day? If it is, then my poor students at home have one more remote day to struggle through alone. And when they come back to school the next week, that's one more day of learning that they didn't do, that I have to cram into the precious little in-person time that I have. And I would ask you, who benefits from this? My students who are already doing well will continue to do well if we bring them back on Wednesdays. But my students who are relying on that Wednesday morning time and my Unified Arts and after school times that I give to them will be the ones who suffer. They will be the ones who lose out, the ones who need that additional time the most. So please keep that in mind when you are making decisions about how we move forward. Thank you.
Rachel, go ahead.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I live in Ward 2. And because it seems to be really important to some members of the committee, my husband and I pay about $6,000 a year in property taxes to the city of Lewiston. I'm also a teacher at Lewiston High School. I teach special needs students. A couple things about the students first. I think alternating Wednesdays or doing any kind of other change would be very confusing to a lot of my students. When we were going back and forth between hybrid and remote, I had students show up at the school because a lot of my students are also ELL students. They didn't understand that they weren't supposed to show up at school that day. Wednesdays are also the only day that I can have both, actually all my cohorts together at the same time. And I think that the kids really like that opportunity, even though everybody is home, doing remote lessons. But I want to also share my experience with you. Friday, before I left work, I was under so much stress. And then hearing the news of Dulcie, I literally left the building feeling like somebody had struck me in the middle of the face with a 2x4. I spent most of the week trying to get some rest and dealing with that stress level and headaches and physical pain and depression that's starting to set in because of the way this year has been going. Thursday, the headache came back. I was in bed most of the day. I can feel blood pumping through my brain and I don't even have high blood pressure. I'm going to end up in the hospital and it's not going to be because of COVID-19. I can't deal with any more changes. I too am a public servant. I am a taxpayer in this community. And I don't even have young children at home like some other teachers do. And I feel like my well is dry. And when my well is dry, I can't give anymore. And I know that I cannot deal with any more changes. I just can't. I feel it going in a bad direction for myself. Last night, knowing I had to come back to work, I had a nightmare where I was on a rowboat with 2 other teachers and the rowboat was sinking. And it was such a vivid dream, I thought it was real. These are the things that we're dealing with every day. Some teachers, I imagine that there are other teachers like me who are dealing with this. Please, no more changes. I can't deal with it. I think there's other teachers who can't deal with it, or we're not dealing with it well. And I think there are students who can't deal with any more changes. So I would like you to really take that into consideration too. And that's not just coming from an educator in this community. I don't want to sound like someone who's just complaining. This is also coming from a taxpayer who pays a lot of taxes in this community, because I think that's important to some people.
Thank you, Rachel.
Go ahead, Abby.
Hi, everyone. My name is Abby Dix. I am a teacher at McMahon. I am also a resident in Ward 1, and I have 2 kiddos in elementary school in the district, one in pre-K and one in 1st grade. I am here to say also that my husband is a medical worker and is working with COVID patients daily. And we're here as parents and also as me as a teacher saying we really need to look at not coming back on Wednesdays. It hurts my heart when my kids are saying that they want to go back to school and that they ask why they can't. We explain to them as much as we can. I know at one point it was discussed that it would be easier for teachers if we were back on Wednesday in person. But I know firsthand, as an educator and as the parent of children, that that's not the case. Right now on Wednesdays, every child is getting the same amount or the same lesson. If we were to bring mixed cohorts or alternating cohorts back, we would again have expectations for teachers to set 2 different plans, which is more planning time, but then we're taking away their planning time. So I question if that's really what we're talking about here. Because I would love to go back on Wednesdays, as I think the majority of our teachers want to go back. This is what we want. This is our passion. We clearly are not in it for the money, but we have been asking, to take things off our plate because we are already stretched too thin. We are already stressed. We are already doing way more than we ever thought we could even possibly fathom. And then add this one more thing. It's almost like it's falling on deaf ears, which is really disheartening. So like others have said, I really do appreciate those of you who are speaking up. It is really hard to kind of go against the grain. And it's a very tumultuous conversation that needs to be had. There is no right answer. There is no easy answer. I just want you to kind of think about all the sides and not just those taxpayers, because I am a taxpayer and I am also working right here. So.
Thank you, Abby. Any other members of the public wish to speak? Back to the committee. Mr. Mayor's call.
Yeah, I would just say that I hope that folks will vote yes to support Member Ray's motion and keep things as they are, not pursue any sort of in-person Wednesday education and abide by the superintendent's recommendation. So I hope that folks will vote yes.
One last comment and then we'll go to vote. I would like to say that we've been hearing for months how hard this is for teachers doing the hybrid model and how they don't have the right planning time and they don't have enough time in the day and there's no way to find more time. And we know how hard this is for our students. We've got reports across the country of student suicides and the mental health impact this is having on our kids not being in schools. We talk weekly at our school committee meetings about advocating and pushing for the laws around vaccinations to change so that our teachers get more, higher priority. The reality is the vaccinations isn't what's keeping our kids out of schools though. If we are not advocating just as fiercely for the laws and the guidance around in-school times to change as we are around vaccinations for teachers and the other things that we're advocating for, then we are doing a disservice to our teachers and our students, because those are the things that we need to be pushing for change and those are the things that are going to have an impact and those are the things that are going to get our kids back in school. Are there any other comments?
I really appreciate all the input from the public tonight on this issue. We get that sometimes, and then we don't get it all. We get it sometimes. It's really good to hear from the public what they really feel, especially when that public is teachers and people outside of the school profession.
Mr. Pop.
Clarification, what you suggested earlier in terms of the forums, is this part of the motion or is this separate or?
She proposed either a district-wide forum or individual forums.
I'd like to leave the execution up to administration, knowing that they similarly are at capacity, give them some time to think about what the best way to do that is, but also to remember what Lowe's salient point earlier, not this expectations that things will change.
I don't think she's proposing what I was proposing. She's proposing a slightly different variation of what I was proposing. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
All right. Ward 3?
Yes.
4?
Yes.
5?
Yes.
6?
No.
7?
Yes.
City Council?
Yes.
No. Ward 1?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-2.
Agenda item,
I'm sure you have 5 minutes.
a break. Is everybody okay with taking a 5-minute break? Thank you. School committee meeting will resume at 7:50 PM. Agenda item number 12, to discuss and possibly act on the LHS graduation requirements.
And presenting that, we have Principal LeBlanc and other members of the high school administrative team, Scraps, Mr. Sawyer, Mr. Dufour, and also Mr. Myers.
Caitlin Burgess is joining us via the webinar.
And Caitlin Curtis via webinar. The conversation around impacts that we've had, we did this about a year ago when I was principal at the high school, to discuss how those impacts have had an effect on students for graduation. And Principal Blank and his team has given a lot of thought to this process. And as you can see in the memo, different criteria that they considered. They wanted to make sure that this was data supported and thought through carefully. He's going to share, he and his team are going to share their thinking and their recommendation for the graduation requirements.
Okay, I probably won't use the mic because I have a big mouth and I can project pretty well without it, but I need to get back. Thanks, folks, for listening to us tonight. Mr. Langus had come to me a while back and asked about for us to take a review of our graduation requirements, specifically on the class of 2021, but also on the mind frame of where might we go in the future. So we wanted to make sure that we took a very studied look at this issue. And so one of the reasons I want to do this tonight, in addition to what we sent you out, is I would really like to explain to you fully the process we went through and the things we considered, so you understand how we arrived at the situation we're at. And so before I start, I did want to Mr. Langus introduced all these people. I did want to make one point. What you're going to hear tonight and what you saw on paper is not my recommendation. It is really the recommendation of the group. It was a real team effort. We really worked on this as a team, and we worked hard to make sure that what we came up with for a recommendation, we all agreed on and we could all support. So that being said, I'm just going to move ahead with this real quickly.
Can I just ask, we don't have anything in our packet.
Yeah. This slideshow, you have a memo, his memo.
No, we don't. Sorry to steal your thunder.
Oh, I did send a memo.
I don't need it.
did send
I just don't have it.
Do you want me to just go ahead? Okay. So I'm going to skip this. So when we went into this, folks, these are the primary considerations that we approach this with. First of all, we want to look at addressing the difficulties meeting student graduation requirements that were created directly, and that's the important word, by the current pandemic, and engage in a review of graduation requirements for future graduating classes. So we saw this as two issues. What are we going to do now in immediacy to make like an emergency recommendation? Because I want to just refresh everybody's memory. I know you know this, but our kids have been out of school since last March. It isn't just this year. So we've got an accumulation of issues that have come along. And, you know, my hat is off to our teachers. We have done, I think, a great job trying to make hybrid education work for us. And initially, it was a little bit of a struggle, but we've really gotten pretty good at this. And we've got, and as time has gone on, we've gotten better. But again, you had last March, you had the hiatus in summer, we had the fall when we started late and we were new at it. And all of that, and the fact that we're hybrid, has given us some residual effects on graduation. So what we're going to talk to you about tonight is what we're recommending for the class of 21 and a process that we would recommend to look to the future about how we might modify graduation plans. And I apologize that you didn't get that document. It is a 3 or 4 page document. It outlines this, but I can give you the same information here, and I can make sure that you just read the document. So we want to arrive at a recommendation that reflected relief for circumstances substantiated by factual information and data. and I think folks, our feeling was when you're in the middle of something like this, sometimes it's easy to act on impressions. You know what an impression is. It's also sometimes easy to make a knee-jerk recommendation or reaction. And then at other times, it's also possible to make what I call a feel-good recommendation. You make the recommendation and it makes everybody feel good, but it doesn't really address the issue. We didn't want to do that. We wanted to look at the actual factual data that we had in front of us. We also wanted to write a recommendation that was supported by all the members of the administrative team. You know, we had room for dissent. We had room for people to say, no, I don't agree with this. We modified it. And what this reflects tonight is an agreement. We wanted to make a recommendation specifically for the class of 2021 this month. And then we want to engage in a process in the spring to review graduation requirements for future classes and take those recommendations prior to June so that the superintendent and folks in the school committee could look at that further as well. So these are some of the intentional considerations we made. One of the things we wanted to do is we did not want to abandon our academic expectations just because we're in the middle of a pandemic. And just throw our hands up and say, okay, well, let's just make it easy for everybody to graduate. We want to kind of hold to a standard. The second thing is we wanted to maintain the minimum state of Maine core content requirements. As far as I know, they have not been waived by the state of Maine, and we're obligated to do that. So we wanted to make sure that anything we recommended stayed within those guidelines. We wanted to use factual information, documentation, and data. And we want to maintain the state of Maine and the Lewiston Public Schools teaching and learning standards. A lot of energy's gone into that. There's a lot of standards work that's been done. There's a lot of structural work that's been done. And we want to honor that. We want to review the current progress towards graduation by students in the class of 2021. Now, I do want to tell you, one of the folks that isn't here tonight is Caitlin Urgis, our Director of Guidance. She is online. She did a lot of work for us in this. She took the kids in the class of 2021 and she went through every single transcript to look at what was their progress towards graduation, what did they need to make it to graduation, and what were the areas that could potentially trip them up and cause them not to graduate. And that data was really important and weighed really heavy in what we considered. We also wanted to accurately identify historic and existing barriers to graduation not associated with the current pandemic. I don't think I need to convince you that we've had conditions that have existed for years, like a lot of communities, that have gotten in the way of graduation that have nothing to do with the pandemic. And we wanted to kind of separate those two things out when we made a recommendation. We thought that was the appropriate way to do it. Oops. So, one of the things that's really important for you to understand, and someone may have explained this to you before, but it's a little bit tricky. There's two pieces of data when we look at graduation. One of them is called a 4-year graduation cohort, and that's a measure used by the state of Maine. And what that is, it's a 4-year graduation cohort model that measures the number of students entering as 9th graders and then measuring how many of them graduate 4 years later. How many of them graduate in that 4-year window? Okay, so students graduating in June, students who graduating in August, August graduation, they all count towards the 4-year cohort because that data doesn't get reported until September or October. So so if we have kids who graduate in August, they are included in that. Students who eventually graduate in 5 or 6 years, in other words, they do end up graduating, but they don't make it in the 4-year window, they're not counted in the cohort. Okay, they are not included in that, you can't go back to that. But the 4-year graduation cohort model is really useful because it clearly identifies students into subcategories, reflecting a lot of important demographics, and those are important issues for us. The number of graduates reflects all the students who graduate in the school year. That would be the kids in the 4-year cohort. kids who transfer in, kids who are now getting a diploma in year 5 or year 6, okay, they would be counted as graduates. So there are two things, there's the 4-year cohort, and then there's the actual number of graduates. So here's some of the significant findings we found using the local data. The most significant impact of the current pandemic is on student engagement and the subsequent academic failures. Kids struggling to engage academically in a distance learning situation was the biggest piece of difficulty that we could find. Okay? Sometimes it's hard enough for a kid to engage. I remember as a high school student who was engaging myself in person, let alone over. The most significant, most frequently impacted areas are mathematics, science, and social studies. So what Caitlin and also JU4 did is they looked at all that data and said, when kids aren't graduating, where are the content areas that they're feeling? Okay, that's causing them not to graduate. The local credit requirements for math, science, and social study is currently higher than the state of Maine. State of Maine requires 4 credits in English, 2 in math, 2 in science, 2 in social studies. We create 3, we require 3 in math, 3 in science, and 3 in social studies. So we're actually requiring a little bit more. A reduction of credit requirements in those 3 areas will alleviate most of the additional failures that would impact the graduation rate. So what we actually did is go through and say, okay, if our kids didn't have to meet this 3rd credit math, 3rd credit science, and social studies this year, what would that impact be? And we looked at it, and it would make a difference probably in between 20 and 30 kids about whether they're going to meet their graduations or not. And of course, we thought that was a very significant amount. And when you calculate that 20 to 30 kids in, it really reflects a graduation rate which is pretty similar to what we've had. You know, this isn't rocket science, but you know, when you say, okay, this is going to impact 20, 30 kids, we look at what it's going to be without this change, what it's going to be with, and then when we made the change, looking at that, it was clear to us that that would probably be an adjustment that would bring us to the current, similar to the current graduation rate. Yes, sir.
Yep. Did you break this down by those 3 areas, and are they in order of significance and impact? So is math the most serious impact, science the second most serious, or is that just the way that they happen to be ordered on the slide?
It actually is the way they are on the slide, but coincidentally, mathematics and science, those two tend to be neck and neck.
Right.
Social studies, it's usually U.S. government that is the one that holds them up. So when you answer your question, math and science, yes, more significant, social studies secondary.
Okay.
Yeah. So realizing that, we looked at that. The next thing we looked at, come on. Oh, there. We wanted to use the state data and the 4 cohort model stuff and say, you know, what is that telling us? So historically, the greatest discrepancy in the 4-year cohort graduation rates is between non-economically disadvantaged kids and economically disadvantaged kids. That's probably not a secret to anybody. That's not just true in Lewiston, that's true across the whole United States. But look at the significance there. Kids who are non-academically disadvantaged, they're not disadvantaged, their graduation rate is 91%. Then you look at a child who comes from an economically disadvantaged background, and it drops to 67.16. So you're really beginning to see that one of your major factors is how are we going to deal with kids from economically disadvantaged backgrounds? How are we going to support them? And I want to put a little pitch in. The high school, of course, is the terminal unit of the school system. When they finally get to us, there's no other option at the end. They're either going to graduate, they're not going to graduate. But that decision about what we do with non-economically disadvantaged kids really is a pre-K-12 issue. And it's a community issue for sure. But that was the most significant one. historically, the lowest graduation rate for students who identified as homeless. And I'm sure that some of those students also will be under the category of economically disadvantaged, 47.50%. Historically, the second lowest graduation rate is for students with special needs at 49.15. Now, however, I want to caution you about that piece of data, because when you look at it, you go like, oh my God, we're failing our special needs kids. But a lot of our special needs kids, when they arrive at high schools, they have a plan for graduation that involves they're graduating in 5 and 6 years. So if you went 6 years out instead of just the 4-year cohort model, there'd be a significant increase in that 49.15%. So even though it's a matter of concern, it's because it's from the 4-year cohort data. And then historically, the third lowest graduation rate is for students identified as Hispanic or Latino. And I think we've got about 16 students in our school right now that are part of that sample. Then I want to just look at the cohort stuff, because it breaks it down by demographics. It gives you a breakdown by gender and race of what your graduation rates are for kids. And this document on the right-hand side, I want to thank Darrell Spence for doing that. He put that together. He's always handy at doing those kind of things. But I've got that snapshot courtesy of him. But you look, our graduation rate last year, this is the class of 2020, the 4-year cohort, was 73.58%. Now, I want to tell you, when I arrived at Lewiston High School in 2006, are you ready for this? The year before, the cohort, 4-year cohort graduation rate was around 59%. And over the next 7 years, and my hat was off to the Lewiston High School staff and all the work we did and all the support we got from central office, we got that graduation rate up to about 72% when I left in 2013. And we haven't gone backwards. It's kind of where we are right now at 70. Actually, it's a little bit better than it was at 73.8%. You got your males and females. The females graduated rate of 79.03% in the cohort. Males at 68.11. Asians, it says 100%, but that's only, you can see up there, 6 students. And then American Indian, Alaskan Natives is 100%, but that's only 1 student. Blacks or African Americans are graduating at a rate of 69.1%. And that's a much bigger sample of 142 students. And then Hispanic Latino at a rate of 53.33, and white students at a rate of 77.50. And of course, you can see at the bottom that I quoted you before about non-academically disadvantaged, economically disadvantaged, and economically disadvantaged. So this cohort information is useful in that regard. So when we got together as a team and made our recommendations, we tried to use all of this data to make our recommendation, feeling that we would be making a recommendation on something factual, and not on, pulling up something out of a hat. So our basis for making recommendations to the class of 2021, based on a student-by-student review of transcripts to determine progress towards graduation, we found the most significant area for the class of 2021 would be the attainment of a 3rd credit in mathematics, science, and social studies. Looking at their transcripts, looking at what they needed for graduation, look where they might be struggling, that clearly came up. Based on a review of available current and historical attendance data, because we were a little concerned about that, because some of the discussion around going remote is about attendance. But I don't want to date myself too much, folks, but I started working in Lewiston schools in 1998 at Montello School. I was there for 8 years, and then I went to Lewiston High School, and I was there for 7, and lo and behold, I'm back. But when I arrived here in 98, truancy and attendance was an issue for us, and it has continued to be an issue for us. So when we looked at that, there is a slight elevation in our truancy rate this year. but it's not significantly different from what it has been all along. So we did not feel, based on that truancy was a great contributor to any difficulty students in the class of 2021 would have. And the other thing is, the public schools, when I say that, I mean Dingley and central office and all the staff there, and the high school have been very, very aggressive in providing significant support to students. That's one of the reasons I really wish you had that document, because I listed out all the stuff we're doing that I feel is very, very significant. But this year at the high school, we've already done some things to support students, okay? I kind of suspended some of the rules around academic makeup. It's always kind of been like, if it's due on this day, you got 10 days to make it up, and if you don't make it up, it's gonna be a 0, you're gonna take a letter grade. And just kind of took the position with the staff and said, hey folks, we're in the middle of a pandemic. This is new to all of us. A lot of kids at disadvantages. So basically took the position, if kids want to make the work up, we're gonna let them make it up. If it's 3 weeks later, if it's 5 weeks, we're gonna let them make the work up. You know, the fact that a kid cares that much about getting it done in these circumstances, we're gonna do it. Now, I wouldn't advocate that forever, but in the middle of the mess we're in, it seemed to be something that was really proof. The other thing is in eligibility, athletic eligibility, instead of them having a 1 week window to make their work up, we gave them 2. That made a significant difference in a lot of kids. And not so much for the athletic thing, but all of a sudden kids who weren't passing took that opportunity. Their motivation might have been athletics, and lo and behold, they're passing their courses. So we were trying to do things to support the kids, to encourage them to get the work done and get a better success rate than we get. When you get the document, you're going to see that we've got tutors that we are available to our kids through Bates College. We've got, after school ends at noontime, in the afternoon, we've got an academic support lab in math, an academic support lab in science, an academic support lab in English and social studies. Tuesdays and Thursday nights, we've got the same thing. Kids can log in. Our teachers all have office hours in the afternoon. And this semester, we split them up. At one point, they were all at the same time, but that limited how much kids could get access to teachers. So we've got half the staff at one time and half the staff at the other, so the kids can get more access. So we've done a lot to support this, and we made that as part of our consideration as well. Come on. So this is what we recommended, and I apologize. I came here tonight thinking you already had this information and you knew what the recommendation was. So what we're recommending as a group is to reduce the total number of required credits from 24 to 21. Now, we did that based on the information, the data, and the things we found. We didn't make it arbitrary, we just say we're going to cut this many credits. And we're going to focus, our recommendation is we focus on the content areas. We reduce the math requirement by 1 credit, reduce the science requirement by 1 credit, and we reduce the social studies requirement by 1 credit. This is for this current graduating class. We think by doing that, we're going to create a situation where we're going to help those kids who have struggled, but we're not going to let a lot of kids who just haven't done what they're supposed to do to graduation, having nothing to do with the pandemic, to walk out of here with a diploma that they really haven't maybe earned. Social studies requirement is to include U.S. history and government. Just so you know, those recommendations, all of them are consistent or equal to the state and aid content requirements. The government requirement is a Lewiston Public Schools requirement. It's not a state of Maine. They've got so many social studies credits they have, but we specify in Lewiston government. And so we just wrap that into those 2 credits. Almost done, folks. You've been really good about listening. So those are our graduations recommendations for the class of 2021. Additionally, we want to recommend that we have an additional review of the graduation requirements take place this spring to determine if changes in graduation for the future after this class of 2021 is warranted. And we'd like to involve additional stakeholders in that process. Right now, the recommendation we're making on 2021, we got our input on special education from Liam. You know, we've got recommendations from our content specialist, from our guidance person, and so all that stuff went in. But if we look at the future, we'd like to expand that, get someone from central office, get our content specialists in there. We do that as well. And we'd like to follow the recommendations of the superintendent and the school committee by the 15th of May, so that you can make some kind of decision about what you want to do in future years. So I haven't talked this much in a while. That's basically what we're recommending, folks, a reduction of 3 credits in those 3 content areas. And the reason everybody's here tonight is everybody had a part in it, and if you had questions of us, I might be the person to answer the question, or one of these other folks might be the person to answer the question. But we wanted to get you answers to any questions you might have. That's our recommendation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so can you tell me a little bit about like English requirement, and did you see any type of effect there with how many students would be affected by not completing?
Yeah, they're required by the state and by us to take 4 credits and pass 4 credits. There is a failure rate in English, but looking back at it, one of the other things we've done to support our kids is we have what we call an ICE week. We just had that last week in February, a mud week in April, where students can come in and make up standards and work. Most of the kids in English, we found a way to get them through and get them past it. I'm not going to tell you 100%. There may be some students that that is the factor, but it wasn't as significant as it is in these other content areas.
Mr. Durst-Helm?
So as I recall, we made a modification to graduation requirements last year, class of 2020. And I'm blanking on the details. How does this differ from that recommendation or that modification, or does it not differ? Is this the same modification?
It is different because last year you reduced it by 6 credits.
So we reduced it to 18?
Yes. What was different about last year, though, was when school was suspended in March,
yeah,
the decision was made to award no credits to kids in any
Semester-based courses.
What's that?
The semester-based courses.
Yeah, the semester-based courses. So those kids last year were at an incredible disadvantage compared to this year. Now it's just like, what are the things kids have to do to graduate? So there is a difference.
Right.
There is a, but the 3 areas on content that were reduced last year were math, science, and social studies.
Right.
That part was the same. Got that right, class?
That's right. Thank you to the team for this presentation and recommendation. I feel like it didn't even need the paper piece. So this was super helpful to understand. Just because I'm a data hound, and I think I'll ask Assistant Superintendent Paquette about this, that sort of breakdown for LHS by race, ethnicity, gender, could we also get that data on sending elementary school and their graduation rates? Because I think Principal LeBlanc referenced that there are some problems that we can pre-K onto them, and I'd be very curious to see how that factors into our conversation about desegregating our elementary schools. So that's a totally other tangent. And then just because I know Mr. Sapelli teaches U.S. government, could you speak a little bit to that requirement and how that helps or hurts our students moving forward?
Well, I'm the dean of students now.
Oh,
so,
good to know.
That's
Yeah.
good. That's good. Yes, but I still think I can answer your question. I think it's important that our seniors still have a requirement this coming semester. It was possible, right, that somebody could have taken their English course, and if we exempted them from merit government, that they perceivably not show up to this semester. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we felt that was important to keep a rigor, to keep them tied to school. We felt that was important, along with obviously the content being so essential of what it is to be a citizen.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
You guys, your hands pulled up at the exact same time. Mr. Moplon, go ahead.
I'd like to credit the principal and the administration team for an excellent presentation and unusual times dictate unusual methods, and I hope the board would support me in endorsing this proposal. I apologize to members when I keep on referring to across the river, having spent most of my life there, I just can't let it go. And I don't know that Across the River has addressed this. They seem to have, and I'll be happy to talk about it off the record, some tactics to make it easier for students to pass, which I philosophically disagree with, but that's another time and another place. But for me, an excellent proposal. Thank you very much.
Mr. Pop.
Bravo. This is definitely something that's on the parents' radar, and they've been asking about since last March. So hats off to all of you for coming up with this plan. Before I ask a question, Gus, it's not often we get to meet an administrative staff of a school. Can we get introductions so we know who's who?
Sure, I can do it again. Liam Myers, he's the supervisor of special education at the high school. And just, he shared some data with me today. At Lewiston High School alone, we have over 300 special education students. That's bigger than a lot of elementary schools. So he's a very busy guy. Next is Jay Duford, he's the assistant principal at the high school. Jay's a former social studies teacher, was then a dean of students, and has been an assistant principal. He worked with Jay last year. And did you also work with Sean as an assistant? I did. So he's been in that capacity. Then Todd Cifelli. Todd is this year is a new dean of students. They handle a lot of our student discipline issues and that kind of stuff. Todd's also been a social studies teacher. And when I was here, my first tour here, I was lucky enough to grab him from across the river. And he's got a really nice addition to our staff. Mark Sawyer is assistant principal at the high school as well. Mark, one of the things that we've done is we've engaged the student engagement team this year at the high school. And Mark has led that, and he's done a great job with it. We're actually identifying all of our kids who are in trouble with attendance and academics. They're making phone contacts. Our teachers in the afternoon are contacting the kids. Mark and some other administrators are actually going out in the community, banging on doors, and meeting families and kids, and trying to get kids engaged, and trying to get kids' attendance improved. And Dave, what you made? You've made over 100 home visits? 150 home visits they've made as a team, and just I'm just really impressed with the effort that's gone into that. And then Kirsten Krass is also an assistant principal, also a former social studies teacher. And Kirsten is our curriculum instruction specialist. She's the member of the team who works with teachers around curriculum and instruction work and that. And Caitlin Urgis is not here. She's online. She's the director of guidance, student services. And then we also have one other dean, Suzanne Rennie, who's the freshman dean. She works exclusively with that team. So that's the administrative team that's done this work. So, and I'm very fortunate to have them. And you folks are very fortunate to have them.
So I guess my question would be to Liam, is it?
Yeah.
So we talked about special needs students are more on a 5-6 year program. So are they still going to fall under that same thing where they have 3 less credits over a 6-year period, and it's going to be across the board, or is that something special for special needs?
The proposal we put together is just for this year's students only. So we'll be talking about either going back to the regular scenario going in the future, or as presented, we'd like to talk about the requirements being changed. So for right now, they follow just graduation requirements for this year we're proposing.
Gus, the one question I get a lot from freshman parents is a review to see the future classes. Are you looking at one review for all 3 classes behind the seniors, or to do this every year to evaluate, I don't know how long the COVID impact's gonna hit, and I'm sure you guys wanna get back to your 24 credits as opposed to 21, so.
Well, again, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that would be our recommendation, you know, I mean, I think some of the things we've kicked around is maybe we want to stay at 21 credits, restore the 3 credits in math, science, and social studies, and reduce credits in electives, you know? Because, and pardon me for using this term, okay, I just can't come up with a better one in my head, but I've had this conversation with Mr. Langlis. I'm sure at the high school level and also at the other schools in the district, we're gonna have a hangover. We're gonna have a COVID-19 hangover for a number of years to come. So we're just not gonna do this and solve the issue once and for all. We've got kids at the middle school who are struggling. Who are gonna come to us as freshmen. 6th graders going to the middle school. We got kids in the high school now as freshmen and sophomore. So we wanted to make a recommendation to try to rectify this year and then sit down and look to the future. One of the things I would caution, Mr. Boakland asked me a little while ago how many years I've got in education. I said 43. So based on that experience, one of the things I would caution is we probably need to look at this and make a recommendation that is a solid target for years to come. One of the things that's probably problematic is to have graduation requirements fluctuating from year to year to year. I think this year it's warranted because we're coming out of this mess from last spring, but my recommendation would be look at something that would be a constant in the future. It might not only be, you know, I had a conversation with Mr. Langlis, might not only be just a credit-based graduation requirement, it might look at a combination of credits and standards or something like that. And so I think there's some work to do there. But I think whatever we do, we ought to try to get something in that reflects graduating classes for a number of years in the future, even if it may be graduated or whatever. But I think there's a real caution that we ought to avoid setting new graduation requirements every year. I think that would be a disaster.
Mr. Juris Collins.
Well, I'm generally supportive of what's being proposed. I think that we obviously have to be cognizant of the impacts here on kids and be fair to them. I'm wondering, in pursuit of just a smidgen more rigor, what the implication of retaining the 3rd social studies credit would be, keeping the number at 21 and allowing math and science each to drop to 2, but keeping the at 3. What would be the implication of that?
I can't give you an absolutely definitive answer, but what I can tell you is that because government is one of those requirements, it's a senior class, that's how it appeared on the list. It may not be as problematic as science and math, but it is problematic. And so that's why we included the social studies in there to try to make sure that we targeted it so that it kind of give a level playing field for kids for graduation. So you're right in your perception. It's not as great as math and science, but it's not so far behind that I don't think we ought to be concerned about it.
Well, I guess my question is this: if they're taking, if we're requiring U.S. history and as 2 classes, and that's obviously we do, and I support that, and they're taking the government class as their senior social studies, then the 3rd social studies credit would presumably have been earned during their first 3 years at LHS, right?
Possibly, yes.
Well, I mean, if it hadn't been, then they'd be looking at making it up anyways, presumably.
Not in all circumstances, but usually yes.
Okay.
Because some students in their senior year might take, they might have not passed it as an underclassman, but they might take government, they might take sociology, they might take psychology, so they might get that 3rd credit in their senior year along with their government.
Right. Is there a reason to think that they're not signed up for those now? I mean, presumably they would be.
Most of them would be by now because the guidance counselors, when we change semesters, look at what's the whole in this kid's graduation requirements.
Yeah.
So I would assume most of them would be signing up for those to make sure that they meet that requirement.
Mr. Damon and then Mr. Beaumont.
Yeah. Now, these are requirements for high school. Are the requirements different for LRTC?
Well, see, LRTC is not a diploma issuing institution, okay? Our students that go to LRTC receive a Lewiston High School diploma. Right now, they currently do not teach any required courses for graduation. Now, I'm not lessening what they do there. I'm not lessening the significance of what they teach and their content. But our Lewiston High School students who go to LRTC all have the same graduation requirements. A lot of those students will fill, some of their electives will be filled in by their CTE program. That's why the program they take at LRTC. Does that answer your question?
Well, to some degree, but if they transfer into LRTC, are they then no longer counted in the 4-year program?
No, they're still part of our cohort. Because again, LRTC is not, won't be measured in that cohort because they're not an institution that issues a diploma. Only the high school is. So the high school, whether the student goes to LRTC their senior year or their junior year, those students are still Lewiston High School students. Same thing is true for Levitt, Lisbon, Poland, Edward Little, and I forgot. Oh, Oak Hill, the sending schools. All those kids that come to the tech center, they're in the cohorts in those sending schools, just like Lewiston High School.
So LRTC issues the grade, and then the respective school where the student came from issues the credit.
So they're not at any disadvantage as far as being counted towards the graduation rates or anything. They're just able to get basically electives.
Yeah, so if, for example, if you took, many of their programs are 3 blocks a day, you successfully complete that course, you'd be issued 3 credits at your respective school. And most of those credits are elective based, and there are a couple of hybrid crossovers that have some portion of credits based on the standards that that particular class covers that might go outside of the
Just for the benefit of the administration team and Kieran, I hope you don't mind me sharing this, both Mr. Majerus Collins and myself majored in history, so we think social studies should be at the pinnacle of the importance, so.
But just so you know, I'm a former social studies teacher, she's a former social studies teacher, he's a former social studies teacher, and he's a former social studies teacher, and he's a former social studies teacher. So, we all come from that background.
Oh,
Thank you. Silent declaration of independence, right?
Well, I'm the only one old enough to say I signed it.
We're good on progress, that's about it.
yes.
Jake, Jake, sorry, Gus, I want to talk about Longley School. Is the Longley numbers included in that schematic that you had? Are they under the high school?
They would be under the 4-year cohort model, yes, because right now they receive a Lewiston High School diploma. So any student that is in our program for Lewiston High School receives our diploma, whether they go to Impact Academy or not, is in that data, yes.
Do you have a separate breakdown for them?
I do not. I mean, I figure manually we can probably go through and comes up to something similar about that, but I do not have that separate breakdown right now.
Question to Ms. Crafts, is it? Curriculum?
Yep.
Have you dealt with Longley at all in the development of the curriculum there?
I meet with, well, I'm not Philip, I usually run Philip's course for me, with my state for standards and people through the events and how he's gonna deliver the course. I include it and we guys process that way. And I work with Garrison on my courses and
Does the curriculum at Longley follow a 4-year plan, or is it more kind of open-ended to allow for conditions or situations that that particular population may be experiencing?
I think it's more individualized. Each kid is like on an individualized program, sort of technically special ed, where Philip will look for ways to get multiple credits in certain areas tailored to what the kids need, so that everyone's on that
graduation and getting the credits they need for these.
And this will apply to Longley also, right?
Any other questions or comments? Thank you very much, everyone. Now we have to have a motion, right?
I move that we accept the LHS graduation recommendation.
Any further discussion on the motion? Or, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's one, sorry.
Oh, I saw the screen. Yes.
Heather, you're free to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to bring up something that I hadn't heard and I was late to the meeting, so if it was mentioned, I apologize. I have a student who is a junior this year, and last year as a sophomore, she was taking a phys ed class when school was shut down due to COVID. So she didn't earn that second credit. And when she signed up for classes for this year, we were told to go ahead and not schedule her to take phys ed over again, that this would come up in discussion with the school committee at a later time about possibly doing away with the second phys ed class requirement like you guys did last year for the class of 2020. And she's enrolled in LRTC this year. So going forward for next year, she really does not have time to retake a phys ed class. And it would be a real shame for her and any other student to have to choose between one semester phys ed or something like a Latin 3 class, which she would be on track to take next year. So I just wanted to throw that out there while the discussion was going on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have one thing, no, I have two things. That's a really interesting public comment, and I seriously hope that we dump as much phys ed as possible before we dump academics. That strikes me as obvious. But just for, for fun, and I'm gonna vote for it if it doesn't pass anyways, I'll offer an amendment to restore the third social studies credit under the.
Third second.
Second. Surprise, surprise.
Any discussion, Mr. Driscoll?
Yeah, I mean, this is, like I said, if this doesn't pass, I'm still gonna vote for it. I think it's a good plan. I think it's a moderate step that moves us, I was concerned that we were doing what we did last year. We're actually not doing that at all. So that's good and refreshes my memory. From the answers from the administration, it sounded like restoring the third social studies credit would be of minor significance. In terms of a graduation rate, it would do a little bit to move us slightly back towards rigor. It would maintain the 21 overall credits, and it sounds like most of the kids would have taken that course for social studies prior to this year because they're taking the American government class as seniors. I'm a big believer, as Member Beaumont mentioned, in the virtues of social studies and the study of history in particular, and I think that as education policymakers, we should be doing everything that we can to encourage greater study of history and of social studies generally, because I think that our number one responsibility in terms of schooling is to educate people to be good citizens, and history and social studies is essential to that.
So, I would hesitate to vote on something that they don't have more information for us on. Like, they presented some stuff here with lots of research, lots of data. And if then we say, no, we want this without the data behind it, that's pretty irresponsible on our part. So I would just hesitate on that.
I think that, I like what they've done, and I think trying to modify what they've done this late date, we've already into the second semester. If some kids, some of our senior students have already set their class schedule, it's too late for them now to shift and pick up that third social studies credit. I think we need to just, this year, it's too late to be making those type of changes without benefit of the students having had an opportunity to prepare.
Ms. Ryan?
I'm not sure I can support the amendment. I think, remember what Liz pointed, there was a lot of work with indigence, and I think I harken back to Principal when opening this presentation saying, in the middle of a freaking pandemic, like it's still happening, and students still might be at risk for not reaching, even if they are currently registered for the social studies credit, there could be circumstance within the semester that means they don't have that for this semester, and then they're pushing out the August graduation and that work. So I don't think I can be supportive of it.
Mr. Ramirez-Collins?
So I understand where folks are coming from. I offer this with the full knowledge that the high school has made a number of accommodations to help students get through that they ordinarily wouldn't have. And I'm fully in support of those too, to allow folks to make up work considerably later than they otherwise would have been, to have lots of extra academic supports. To address Vice Chair Damon's point, I would say that given that the school committee is just learning about these proposed changes tonight, it's certainly the case that no Lewiston High School student would have been making course selection decisions based on something that we're just learning about now. So anything that we do tonight makes it easier than what they expected to have to comply with for graduation. Again, this is a minor issue, and if it doesn't pass, we'll still go for it.
Is it appropriate for me to comment?
Yes. No.
Just one of the things I want to explain to you is the reason we left government in there was to address the very issue you're discussing.
Yep.
By leaving government in there, I would say probably 85 to 90% of our kids are going to end up with 3 credits in social studies, just because we juried that so that piece stayed in there.
Yeah.
So I just want you to know, I can't guarantee you that every single kid in the school is going to have 3 credits in social studies, but the very reason we left government in, because we discussed that issue as a team. When you basically, everybody comes from social studies, you're sensitive to that issue. But that's why we left government in, is to address that very issue. And so most of those kids will end up with 3 credits in social studies. I can't promise you all.
Mr. Ramirez-Collins?
Yeah, and that is exactly why I think that this is a really minor tweak. Just because it does not strike me as something that is going to radically shift the number of students impacted by what we're doing. I think that when we can stick up for it, we should, and I think it's too bad that we can't do anything on the English side to adjust in favor of social studies per state requirements, but that's a separate issue.
So I would like to address the gym question that the lady had. So what is it that, what are the requirements exactly for gym now? And is there something, I mean, if someone doesn't have a gym, really gonna not graduate them? So is there like a waiver or something like that?
So the health PE is a 1 credit requirement for graduation. Locally, we require, is it 2? 1.5. 1.5 credits. So we can scale back from that. There's also other ways to get creative. But some of this was mapped out last year. You may have a different answer from the high school team. But as we looked at this last year, we started to map out what those projections might be. And then we knew that there'd be some kids that may not have the same opportunity to take it. And I think that's why, because of not knowing how the pandemic was going to play out and how it might impact people's schedules, we wanted to take this one group at a time, in a reasonable time frame, so that students knew what to expect. But one of the first issues was we're not going to penalize kids for something that we weren't able to provide them an opportunity. Each year that builds out, there's more time and opportunity for that to be built in. But that parent's example may be real, and I'm sure that we need to consider that. I don't know if anybody else wants to.
Is that something that's going to be case by case? So I guess I would think that the public would want some reassurance that their child is not going to not graduate they may not have the opportunity to. And I see a lot of talk back there, so I'm really curious if this is really a sore spot for you all.
No, not really a sore spot.
Part of the sore spot is, Mr. Sawyer over there is a
I'm a health phys ed.
passionate health phys ed guy, so when people say history is more important than lifetime wellness, we kind of potentially disagree.
Last summer, we offered ingenuity courses for some of those kids that didn't get their gym credit, their health credit. You know, not everybody took advantage of that, but that was something that we did offer.
And what, part of what we're doing with those kids is looking at a case-by-case basis and coming up with solutions. This student can take an ingenuity. This kid can fit it in his schedule. This kid will look at what they did complete and just try to completely understand it. So there are mechanisms. I guess I'm gonna go on a limb and say, if students take advantage of the opportunities that we give them, I don't anticipate that a student would not graduate because of that issue. We do have solutions for that are individualized for kids needs, for them to get those credits out.
Mr. Beaumont, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, because I don't, when we eventually get around to the roll call, I don't think it's appropriate to give my explanation then, but I would like to say that I'm not vacillating. Voting from the heart rather than the mind on this one.
Yes, Hawkins.
I just want to say, I was one of those kids who, I attended 3 different high schools because of changes in the family structure, changes in location, but things occasionally get lost in translation. I had a gym teacher at one school who, for some reason or another, I was not going to pass that swimming just because I had a massive fear of putting my face in the water and she did not care. Besides that, it did lead to basic PE and then weightlifting my senior year. So it came around in the right time. I'm really glad to see that we're willing to look at circumstances being circumstances and accept that some things just are the way they are. I know my son ended up dropping out and going through an alternative program to graduate. He went through Goodwill Take 2 and basically did his senior year in 3 months. But that's because he had the opportunity to focus and do it the way he needed to. That's a different program than what we have now, which I'm glad to see we have some of the alternatives we have. I'm glad to see that we're not just, this is clearly a well thought out, well planned approach. And I really appreciate that. Because I know our parents and our students, it's been weighed heavily on a lot of them. What does this will look like? Am I gonna get through this? Am I ever gonna graduate? And we can tell them, yes, it's going to happen. We'll make it happen. And I'm really glad to see that.
Any other discussion?
This motion on the table is the amendment.
Yes, we'll be voting first on the amendment to only remove the 1 math and 1 science. 4, 3,
Yes.
4,
No.
5, 6,
No.
7,
Yes.
city council?
No.
No, Ward 1.
No.
Any further discussion on Ms. Ray's motion to accept it as presented? Ward 3. Oh, are you voting or are you commenting?
I was just providing comment.
That motion fails.
Okay.
6-2.
No, there was 2.
I just want to thank the high school team for putting this together. I think it's a really strong proposal, and hopefully it'll help a lot of our kids. I'm enthusiastic about voting for it.
Ward 3.
Yes.
4,
Yes.
5,
Yes.
6,
Yes.
7,
Yes.
city council?
Yes.
Yes. Ward 1.
Yes.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much, folks. Good job.
Agenda item number 13, to receive data regarding remote staffing. We don't have a screen.
What do you need?
Bobby?
Bobby,
Okay, well, I can still hear you, she's still there.
we just can't see her, okay.
Connection with the computer to the
I'm okay with that.
screen. She can hear you.
Okay,
So in your packet, you have a worksheet on remote accommodations. I just want to explain that this doesn't have to do with anybody that has been tested positive. It's more on the lines of ADA accommodations and cohort C accommodations. And we broke it out based on schoolhouse. And so just real briefly, we've got at this point, when we did this, we had roughly 534 teachers and 249 ed techs. And you can see the percentage breakdown. In total, we have roughly 114, actually 104 teachers that are working in some form of remote capacity with 10 substitutes that we've brought in to help provide some classroom management for the remote teacher. Are there any questions in specifically to this spreadsheet that you might have?
I was helping her find hers. So, Ms. Ray.
Okay, so there are, every day of the week, there are 14% of our teachers and 11% of our ed techs who have remote accommodations. Is that right?
I'm sorry. Yes, that's correct. On average, yes.
Okay, and then on top of that, we have just regular absences from teachers and ed techs and other staff within buildings on top of that. Yes?
That's
Okay.
correct.
Okay. Thanks.
Welcome.
Any other questions or comments?
Oh,
Yes, sir.
sorry, I was just asking this earlier. And the current accommodations, are they set up to expire at the end of the academic year, or do they have individual dates assigned to them?
So FFCRA ran through December 31st.
Of this year?
Right, of 20.
Wow.
And based on the recommendation of the approval of the school committee to maintain our support for staff throughout the year, seeing no shift in that policy, we continued on.
So there's no event date?
Currently, no.
Okay, thanks.
Although I would go back to this board's decision to support people for the duration of the school year. And so I think if we get to the end of the school year, we have an idea what the roadmap looks like, we may have to revisit it from that perspective, but that's the intent today.
Just my experience base has been doing 5 semesters.
Mr. Vigor's comments.
Yeah, I guess my question is, this is interesting, it's good to know, is there a particular thing that you're looking for us to take away from this? Or is this information?
I believe this was a request that was made by a committee member at some point in time, and that's why we brought it forward.
Yep, okay. It was requested. I also wanted to have, I thought the timeliness of it, because obviously was able to pull it together quickly. When we discussed Wednesdays and what feasibility and what possibilities might exist in and around staffing, I thought this was another data point to consider. And so the timing of her team being able to get it this quickly, and also that other discussion of availability in person. That'd be a good time.
There's no action on this. Possible action. Did you? Yes, please go ahead. Yeah.
Allison Littinelli, President. I just want to ask, is there any data, and maybe Bobby has some information, but around the percentage of students that are cohort C currently? We're looking at staff, but I know it's a pretty high percentage.
So that's not tied out to this spreadsheet, Allison, but I'm quite sure we can get that.
I guess my point in asking is I just want it to be noted for the public, hearing this discussion and seeing the data, that some of those numbers are due to students requesting remote placement. And it's not the 114, or I apologize if I didn't quote that number correctly, but not 114 staff members who have all requested accommodation. It's meeting the needs of students who have requested this accommodation as well.
1,001 students who are currently in cohort C, which means they're receiving their education completely.
Is it fair to say that's about 20%? Okay, so we have 11% of our staff, give or take, serving 20% of our students.
There's some crossover there because we also have some teachers that their day is split. They do some of their days in person, some of their days remote. But I think you're making an excellent point, Allison, that these are not all teachers who have said, I can't come to work. These are all teachers who are working remotely, some of which they have different rationales, and some of which is actually helping Lewiston Public Schools from wherever they're working remote, even if it's in the school, because they're serving students who have chosen to be remote, which was a delicate balance to start the school year.
Thank you.
And if I could add to Allison's point, if I've done my math correctly, it's roughly 6% of our teaching staff are working in a cohort C remote fashion to accommodate those students.
The teachers that do half time remote and in person, are they counted for here? No. Ms. Ryan.
As a person who was interested, in this data, I was hoping to get a better sense of safe staffing levels in the schools as we were integrating it into the Wednesday's conversation. And I think this demonstrates pretty clearly to me that whether meeting an ABA need or teachers again rising to the occasion of what we're asking of them, it just demonstrates to me again that there's a need for this group to remain remote and doing their work that way and doing it all. So thank you so much for bringing this forward, guys.
So that just, sorry, real quickly. And so one of those variables, and I know in my memo I said that there are a lot, and there really are, but one of those variables about should we return to school on Wednesdays or not was to that effect. So if you'd say, okay, we're going to bring more kids in because this classroom is open, we're going to make 4 classrooms out of this space. Well, now you need 4 adults, at least, to navigate and supervise and facilitate learning in those 4 spaces. And if you don't have more teachers available or staff available in the building, you have to reach out to then people who are working remote who are accommodating those students who could be available. And then you get into conversations where, and Allison and I actually had this conversation, how many people should be on the caseload of someone who's teaching remote, because their job is no less complex. And you can't say, well, we need this person in the building to serve 8 more students, 10 more students in the classroom, and then give another remote teacher the rest of the kids that they have. So then you have massive caseloads for those who are trying to help us out to start the year, to try to accommodate supervision in the school, to try to get more kids back in. So again, it's one of those other talking points when we talk about, can we go back in person more often?
I just want to say that I've had this conversation multiple times with multiple people. Just because people are working from home doesn't mean that they're not working. I know that those teachers that are teaching remotely are not sitting there watching Netflix in their pajamas, eating bonbons. They are teaching students just like any other teacher, just in a slightly different way. And I'm glad we're having this conversation around that, saying these things openly in public so everybody can understand, because it's something I've gone through working from home. I know plenty of people who are working from home go through it all the time. Just because we're home doesn't mean that we're curled up in our comfy chair with our book. We're doing our work. It just may not look the same as it normally does. And having these numbers is good. It helps me map out in my head how each part is working where. And it helps me remember that there are some really fine gears here we're trying not to strip out and just start the machine. And that's something people need to keep in mind. So.
Could I?
Oh.
My observation is that in many cases, again, to echo what was just said, that they're working harder. Where I can just pass out a book and say, let's read, they have to scan it, they have to do all of these other things to make sure it's there, so I certainly support that.
I would like to share with this committee something that I'm really super proud of. And that is, I can't think of, I think maybe one person in our district that we haven't been able to accommodate for a specific reason. Everybody we've been able to accommodate and put to work. So that's amazing. It's awesome. It's a true testament to the commitment of building administrators, as well as our teaching staff, as well as our administration, to keep people working and find creative ways to ensure that everybody is maintaining their jobs, even if they need to be in a remote capacity. That's something for us to really be proud of.
One of the pieces of this data set too, with the teachers that are working remote because of student need. But for some of them, it works well for them because their students attend a different district that has a different go-to-school plan, or they've chosen to be home in a cohort C type setting. And so if we needed them to come back, we may get into situations where a staff member says, I'm not available because my own children have a different schedule. I've been able to work remote and been able to accommodate them, but now if we want to do something different, my kids have a different schedule because my kids don't attend Lewiston public schools. They be in anything. So those things have come into play.
Any other comments, questions, discussion? There's no action on this. Okay. Agenda item number 14, report from city council representative.
Thank you. So last week we met. There was a workshop to start the meeting about marketing in the city, and then that was subsequently voted upon. And I think more pertinent is the LCIP was presented in a public hearing format, and this also included receipt of recommendations from the planning board and finance. I want to read you a portion of the planning board's recommendations. They had quite a few, but this is important. The board expressed frustration and disappointment with the amount of funding requested due to the school department's apparent lack of long-term planning. The board recommends cutting $1.7 million from the total budget request of $5.5 million to prioritize the replacement of the boiler at Lewiston Middle School, possibly defer the software and hardware for the new system for a year and phase in the remaining improvements. The board recommends the school department change the timing of its budget process and consider performing a needs assessment for all school facilities. Pursuant to what I heard here before going into the CIP process, I stated the current school committee's objection to the recommendations and the fact that the finance committee has undertaken these steps, the fact that member Damon participated in that planning board process and tried to get context to this. We were just voting to accept the recommendation, so I did vote in favor of that, but I did take the time to express how frustrating that is to see in there without communication with the actual school committee. Since we had not taken a vote, they didn't really speak to it in that framework, but about individual conversations we've had throughout time. Just so folks know, by accepting the recommendations and moving forward with LCIP does not mean we're going to fund anything or nothing or that's what they're this week. That comes later in the budget process, as you might recall from past experiences. But the total LCIP is about $8 million over the limit right now, and so they will be looking to cut in various places. And I think the school department sometimes becomes an easier target because we, as a department, have been left out of the conversation at key moments along the way. And I do appreciate Officer Avery and Member Damon going and trying to advocate, and I will continue to do so. But I think more communication might be helpful, especially board representative to board representative, I might recommend, as well as the chair reaching out to state the school committee's case on these factors. I think we talked about it last time, but for too long it's been we're moving target, and I think now that we've got really concerted plans and efforts, we need to stand up for ourselves in that process is what I would advocate for, but do as you must. Additionally, we accepted recommendations. The receipt of recommendations for the ad hoc committee on equity and diversity. There is a budgetary operational position in there that will come up for discussion in the budget process. And then tomorrow night, we meet in workshop for talking about a citywide assessment and revaluation, the electrical permits fee schedule, and an update on the listed housing committee. Happy to answer any questions or things, I'm sure. Yeah.
So what's that, what is the limit?
Oh boy, so this year, I think it will be
8.2.
it's 7.4 million, and we are at 15 is my understanding.
7. And right now our request stands at 3.5.
5.5 from the school department is what the planning board recommends, but if that's wrong, please correct.
I think what they referenced was the 3.3 that they were.
I cannot
I think that the planning board recommended to the city council was 3.3. They'd already cut the 1.7 out of our request in their.
Yes, that's where that number's coming from.
That limit that sets the LCIP standard can be exceeded by the city council. But
It has to be a
changes
supermajority.
year by year by year by year based on how much debt was retired. Is that what it is?
As the debt load moves off, that 80% bond limit is a moving target. For this year, it will be that 7 point. All right, we get that number. I think it's 7 point. Currently, the authorized debt limit will be 7.4 million, and requests exceed this limit by 8 million. That can be overridden with a supermajority vote, but I'm not so sure about that from this council.
So the way they calculate it, Ron, is if they retire 10 million in debt, now they can, this year, they can borrow 8 back. You can't borrow the 10 back without constantly reducing the total debt limit, the total debt service of the city. Something's done probably 10 years ago. It's been exceeded more than, but it's not easy to get it.
And there is consideration, the finance committee did send a recommendation that it would be time to revisit that 80% bond limitation. That's a policy decision of the council, so if that comes up, I will obviously let you all know about that too.
Don't recognize that this trade serves 2 masters and wears 2 hats, and I'd like to go on record thanking her for her support of the school committee proposals and initiatives.
Best. Mr. Response.
So I understand that this is not remotely something you have that you decided on or anything like that. But I just want to state clearly for the public that the debt limit is myopic and borderline insane policy that hamstrings our ability to invest in infrastructure in Lewiston. And I seriously hope that the city council chooses to fund the projects that are worth funding without regard for the idea that you're going to try to have no debt as a city. I wanted to ask about the branding issue, and specifically whether in the quasi-secretive process that the city undertook to produce that, if the school department was consulted in anything.
When you say quasi-secretive, what do you mean by that?
Well, one of the counselors was quoted saying that they were trying to keep the whole thing under wraps prior to its somewhat tepid public unveiling. So I think that a lot of folks in the community were caught off guard, to say the least, by the city's effort at branding, and I am just wondering if the schools were ever consulted on that.
So my understanding of the process, and I do have to admit, I missed the first 15 minutes of the presentation due to work obligation that we are approved. So I must have missed that part, but the process that was undertaken was a lot of like focus groups and surveys and consultation with stakeholders. I think the company that did this work, they won the bid through a competitive bid process, and then were very conservative with their efforts for outreach. I have personal opinions about it, but I think any step forward to unify the brand as a city is really important. LPS is a different brand, I think, and just for historical context, I think the two entities are slightly more separate for a reason, and I think that helps us in some ways and hurts us in some ways on both sides. I can't speak to individual members of the administration participating. I know former superintendents did, but I don't know if members of the current administration did. I know I liked 2 focus groups, one as a school committee member and one as a city councilor. So I think the effort was made, but I don't know what happened in reality.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard a lot of feedback on this, seen a lot of feedback on this. And I do think that any consideration of relevant stakeholders in the community would have to include the school district. I mean, I don't know beyond the city itself what stakeholder would possibly be more salient to the city of Lewiston than the Lewiston public schools. So, just good to know.
Mr. Davis?
I was incredibly disappointed. And I don't want to diminish the level of education that we're providing for our kids. I think any 6th grader in the Lewiston schools could have done better.
Are we talking about branding?
Yeah,
Okay.
that branding thing is the most ludicrous thing. That is, what an amateur attempt. That is. I certainly hope that goes beyond that.
It's like school related, I don't feel, so city is.
The agenda item is a report from the city council.
I mean, it's fine. I'm pretty tough on it, and it's not my design, so I think that this is fine. It was already voted on. I will say, the city council sets goals when we get elected, and one of the goals was to unify our brand and move forward with it. And I will say it's not my top priority as a counselor. I think there are way more important things to worry about. And so the vote went forward and I'm with it. So that's my personal opinion, but I would highly recommend reaching out to council with that back. Maybe we'll see what we can do. Ms. Hawkins.
I read the comments from frustration and disappointment and I'm on the finance committee. I know what we put to them. We know what we put to them. I obviously need a conversation with my cohort here as a council, because he should be behind this if he actually is that his work. I am sorry, but what's required for the middle school is not it would be nice if, or someday would be cool if. It's if we don't do something soon, that building will not be usable. There's no, we had it go sideways with it last year. We had to really quick hodgepodge things together at the last second. We have moved past we can take our time and little bit by little bit. It's time to, take the step. And yeah, it's gonna be uncomfortable, but we may have to push some people to get it through. It's not something we can wait on at this point. There are a few things in that LCIP that aren't right this second, but they are things that do need to happen. And I think that's something where I can certainly reach out to someone like, dude, age, find it now.
Mr. Butler.
So I really think that as a committee, we got to probably have a greater communication discussion with the city council and a strategy among the committee on supporting what we're trying to do with CIP here. One thing we discussed on the finance committee is how over the years, the history, we've nickeled and dimed these schools, this district, you know, and giving just a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit there, always at the quest of the city council to make budgets meet. And without any regard to the fact that, once again, I will say it, keep saying, we are the third largest municipality in the state, municipal government, $90 million, 52% of the assets of the city of Lewiston. And I don't believe that that message has ever been effectively communicated to the city council and its leadership and planning board that, you know, hey folks, that, you know, they're gonna have to cut $8 million to make this line. Better believe they're gonna come at us to try to reduce 3.5, and we should be asking for 3.5 more, let alone cutting anything from the 3.5. And the fact that, you know, we're gonna work on a 5-year plan, keep everybody happy and present something, but it's immaterial. The 5-year plan doesn't make the situation at the middle school any easier to take on a $3.5 million bond. I mean, things are broken. We have older buildings, you know, four of our buildings are significantly have age to them, that there are significant planning that needs to happen, you know, regardless of whether you're presenting a 5-year plan. What are they saying? If it's a 5-year plan, oh, okay, then they're gonna accept it 5 years out. I mean, so we need a strategy and we need a greater communication, and we really need to hold together on this, because I'm not budging $1, not $1. And if the council and the planning board need to understand why, I'll be more than willing to come forward and give them every little detail of the history and why it makes a difference. And then I'll point across the river, the mistakes we made over there. Over there. and you know, it's obvious, and we have someone who can easily attest to it, right, as a school committee member. And I just don't, you know, they need to see this. They need to understand it, that we're not just a pipe for the water department that needs to be replaced, that we're not a fire station that needs to be rebuilt. I mean, we're an active live body of where 5,500 of our future in this city come every day to learn. And we have to give them everything to get to learn. And you know, we're bigger than the city. We need to send that message. We have to send the message that folks, we take up a huge chunk of the budget and a huge chunk of the assets. So I don't know what you can work out with the mayor, but we need to have that greater understanding and discussion and communication.
That's right. If I could just make a suggestion. So my approach is I try to put the flag in the ground. The school department is autonomous in the city. You can't tell us what to do, but I'm gonna go over there and work with them, and I'm gonna work with you. So I try to church and state, for lack of a better term, with what I do. I think what might be helpful is, and I'm not suggesting we do this right now, but before the LCIP comes back around for adoption to the city council, I would recommend kind of a tiered approach where folks are reaching out to their counterparts to do some education with the items that do exist on the LCIP related to the school department. And I think just starting to build that relationship and making ourselves available to answer the questions, because I think there's a lack of inquisition. It's just looking at the trends of the school department over a number of years, and you know, lots of us are fairly new in the roles that we're in, and so I don't need to trash them in the past, but I think the vision's different now, and educating them to that. And then I think the second thing that would be really helpful would be if the school committee wanted to do a resolve stating these things, because if you think I talk a lot here, you should watch a city council meeting, and I just worry that you know, I'm there to passionately represent Ward 3 residents over there, and to speak about the things I was elected on, and then this comes at the end of the meeting when I get the school committee updates usually, and I just worry that people are just sick of hearing from me. And so if I am able to say, the school committee unanimously says this, and I know you've been speaking with your counterparts, then I think that might have a different impact over this unusual year. And I think we need to reference the fact that last year, in terms of the operational budget, the school committee saved the day, right? With the cuts that were taken. So, so I would recommend that. I think it's up for discussion moving forward, but I do think now is a time, especially renegotiate the bonds implementation. Now could be a time where LPS really gets what it needs to move forward. Is that helpful? Mr. Wilson.
Just like to go on record and moved by Committeeman Hopkins with some passion. I will follow him into battle anytime, any place.
Mr. Davis.
Just as a point of reference to, having served on the planning board for 11 years and looked at that LCIP repeatedly, most years, nothing was ever explained by the school committee. If you just get the number and there would be virtually nothing really to back it up. So recommendations that came from the planning board, there were at least 6 years of the 11 I was there wasn't even an item presented in the LCIP. It's less a recommendation. They just basically blew it off. We're paying twice for that because all of that money that should have been invested in the school back over that period of time that I was there wasn't. And now we're trying to play catch up. And
yeah.
I don't think we've done a good job of making sure that the planning board, we definitely need to make sure that when it comes back around, the city council hears it. The city council representative planning board many years. It can be a tough sell. And sometimes we present the recommendation of the planning board to the city council, and 27 seconds later, they go, yeah, you don't even discuss it even when it's presented. So, and I'm not saying that's the case now, but it has historically sort of been, the LCIP is almost a, well, yeah, that's a wish list thing, and, we only get this much to spend, so we'll pick and choose, and that's the end. It's really not a good way to move the city forward. But it is a plan, it definitely is a planning document that has some value, but it's a tough one. I've lived through it.
Definitely, members of the community want to be involved in that process as it cycles, not just currently, but in the future. Bobby and her team put together, it's a pretty comprehensive package with detailed rationales for why they want certain things and what those things are, and roughly what they cost. And those were all submitted early November as an initial submission. And so if members of the community would like to be involved in that process, it's probably, it might hit September, early in August, start, if not, to.
So my recommendation would be that this goes to the facilities committee. That Josh and I, when we put our recommendations together, that it flows through the facilities committee. The finance committee can have a view of it as well, and then it would move on to the next step.
And just one last piece of context. The finance committee recommendation didn't really call out the school committee request in a really specific way. And I really want to give credit to Chief Avery for that, because last year there were questions from the finance committee, and she took the time to meet with them and walk them through and develop a relationship where there's a level of trust of her position, her work, and preparing this document. I think the planning board was just reacting to something without context or education. And that just happens sometimes. We all meet on the same night, finance, planning, and school committee. So as Member David and Chief Avery had to miss part of our meeting to go be there. So I do want to give that credit where it's due. And I think that shows dramatically in the finance committee's recommendation. What I read, the portion I poorly read aloud was from planning. So I think with education and with
Agenda item number 15, report from school committee chair. I am very excited to share that after a extended series of work groups, events, focus groups, and solicitation of input, we will be making a spirit meeting tomorrow, which potentially will be our final review of the statement of equity statement for the city, the citywide statement. And so we should be. That's all I have for. Agenda item number 16 is report from school committee.
I think I shared most of my things, right? Especially we will start talking about it here. We'll do, right? We're all on the same page. What our direction is. That's been a lot of work lately and a lot of work.
About the prospect of adding Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur to our school calendar as days off. I think we should have a conversation about potentially changing the financial institution where the schools park our money. In the course of a payroll issue, I think last week, we did that. I guess we were banking with TD Bank, and all things considered, it's probably better off trying to keep our money in name. Ideally, a credit union or a bank, but I think that's something like that. And then also just tonight, I hope that we have an opportunity to look at the gym requirement, potentially reducing physical education to whatever the state minimum is, and prioritizing academics.
Just a question, Jake, I'm looking at the, next week, actually proposal down. Is that a workshop form or is it?
I was going to ask you,
I would like to do a workshop form just because of this proposal, so that we can kind of mold it. For the conclusion that I at least would like to see Aisha and ELL staff weigh in on this. Opportunity for the public, you know, to come in.
and when we say workshop, is that on the agenda, is it regularly workshop item, separate of the regular agenda?
We got other things.
Originally discussed was that we could do one workshop, that was just a workshop, but
There's been such a need to address other items. We've added other items on workshop meetings, so.
Just a workshop, because I wanna get everyone's feet into this before attempting to make a proposal. Really get a good. Future of this district, so, you know, I think it's important. I don't know, can we just call it a workshop for next Monday, including the budget? You know, one piece on that, one piece on the budget.
I'm fine with that. I feel like I've got different kinds of direction from the procedural rules conversations that we could workshop items as part of a regular agenda, just call it that. And then when we did that at a recent meeting, it felt like that wasn't with the format that people wanted. And we enjoyed it, but I guess I wanted to do it the right way. So Well, I guess any clarity from the committee of, when we say workshop, are we just putting something on the agenda, say it's a workshop, nothing to be voted on? Is it separate of the agenda? And the reason I ask is in the past, that was done prior to the start of a regular meeting. And it was called a workshop, it wasn't something voted on, it wasn't input from too many different angles, it was presentation style, Q&A from the committee. I just want to know the format you're looking for.
Well, I'll refer back, to the other districts that I served in, where the workshop was an opportunity to get the detail out without having that around within the school committee. And then the school committee would mold something and then put it on the agenda the following week for a vote. That gave the public and any interested parties enough time to examine it and then come in for the public vote, and again, yielding that the business meeting should be for the public and for a vote. And that the discussion part, us batting things back and forth should be at a very specific workshop, to mold what is the proposal. I think what we get into a lot, obviously, is, we attempt to mold something and then we jump on a suspension of the rules to make a motion. And, if we get into that rhythm where we know what we're creating one week will then come into on the agenda the following week. I think that knowledge of knowing when something's going to happen, puts committee members at rest, and it also puts the public at rest so that they're not blindsided by a fast vote, a spur of the moment vote. Rather, they'll have time to weigh in. And sometimes these workshops, you need to do more information. Sometimes staff says, well, we need another week, we need another couple of weeks. So it allows a lot of opportunity without the pressure of a vote and then regretting, oh, we should have done this and that.
Mr.
This reminds me, our procedural rules expired first of the year, and then I don't know if we want to handle this conversation separately or as part of that, I take consent in procedural rules, but the start time of the meeting was set to accommodate a member who is no longer a member, and so just hoping folks will give some consideration to if 5:30 works. It would be great to hear if that's better for staff as well. I know we have a lot to get through, but it seems like for a while people were really hustling to get here.
I go to work first thing in the morning. So
Amelia.
if you want to move it up, or just let me know. Does the 5 o'clock start, or could we do workshops at 4:30?
Oh, no, I wasn't suggesting 5 o'clock.
Oh, you're going.
I will
Yeah.
not be okay. I was suggesting going back to 6 o'clock.
Oh, okay. Again, I'm here all day, so.
I would
Same.
prefer not to.
We're already here quite late most of the time.
You're gonna do that. We also adopt a procedural rule that no of those topics are brought up at a set time as well. 3.5 hours is, if we haven't got to the agenda, and at 9:30, whatever topic we're on, that's the end of it. And those topics can become part of the following weeks or the following next meeting. And, staying till midnight is not healthy for any of us. So if you're gonna do that, and I'm all in favor of it, don't get me wrong, but I think that'll be cut off. on the
That's a
other
really-
end as well.
Yeah.
I'll make that motion, cut off, that's my bedtime.
Mr. Driscoll.
Yeah, I mean, this would return to something I've said before, but I think that we should be looking at having shorter and more frequent meetings. I think that we ought to be meeting at least 3 times a month, potentially once a week. And also potentially adopting a rule like the one that Vice Chair Damon just suggested, which would allow us to, have, like I said, shorter and more frequent meetings. Now, obviously, the month of March is not really relevant to that conversation, but I think going forward, that's something we should be really thinking about.
And I think if we could get on the workshop model that we had written into our procedural rules on one of the revisions, where like essentially the first meeting of the month, we do workshops on items, we discuss it, we work it all out, and then we vote on it at future meetings, at the regular business meetings. I think that that would smooth things out a lot also. Would reduce some of our chaos.
This is what we'll talk about in the future.
In the procedural rules, yeah.
Do we want procedural rules on upcoming
We kind of
agenda
have to.
as a workshop?
I think it needs to be adopted annually, so.
Like, I don't think that's over this year again.
What would be the willingness to have that conversation next week as a workshop about procedural rules? And if we're gonna include other folks in the demographics and equity proposal conversation, pushing that out to the next one.
I want to do procedural rules too, but I'm
Can we not do 2 workshops in one night?
We're gonna budget overview too.
Oh, okay.
I could try, that would be 3.
I think if folks come prepared with what they want.
I mean, we just did the procedural rules 3-4 months ago, so I don't know that we need to update too much.
I'm fine with that.
We should just make March 8th a regular meeting and have the only non-budget item be procedural rules.
March 8th is not our, do we meet March 1st?
Yes.
Yes.
First and third, next Monday and Wednesday.
And then the following Monday is a budget meeting that's scheduled. But if we just made it regular slash budget and had the procedural rules as the item for that night in addition to the budget stuff, that seems perfectly reasonable.
Budget meetings can run really late.
I know, I'm just saying, have you guys been through a budget?
Yeah.
Yes, they
Yes.
have, right?
It was
Okay.
very
It was
odd
weird last year,
year.
though.
Last year.
Yeah, it was very weird last year, but generally budget meetings, combining business on a budget meeting is not a good idea.
We have 2 meetings in March that are regular slash budget. So at least. Yeah, I mean, it seems like if we're gonna do that on March 1st and March 15th, there's no particular reason why we could also do it on March 8th and have the item be procedural rules and just have that be the only item.
Not a lot to change.
We could email out the procedural rules to everyone and everybody can make their own like revisions that they want ahead of time. And then basically when we come together, it should be just a brief conversation and a vote. That should keep it pretty basic. We all have the opportunity to review it on our own time.
Yeah, we hashed it out hard in the fall, so.
I would suggest emailing that out like tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. or something.
5 a.m.
That's
Very
fine with
specifically at 5 a.m.
Well, that's what my boss was,
Karen,
yeah,
you
for my
know
next
about
box starts.
Yeah, I'm on it.
Just saying you give us as much time as possible.
And then it should be just a very simple, not fun, and quick discussion and vote.
And I just want to throw it out there too, just to defend staff. Whenever we have a meeting, we have to build a packet and put in materials and supporting materials. That takes time and effort and prep work. And in the mix of the budget, if you have questions around budget, what happens is we spend the next, full day or whatever we can before the Wednesday to get answers to you as soon as we can. So I want to be honest with you about time of the day. If we're meeting every week, 3 times a month, plus the doubles in March, that's going to be challenging. The procedural rules is no big deal, because we don't have to prep things for that. The demographics and equity proposal, that's a massive opportunity.
So that one's getting pushed to a different date.
Now I'm going to try to pull it off,
Okay.
but it's a workshop, so.
What are we doing? I missed that. Did I blank out?
It's on the calendar that we
20 minutes?
agreed to earlier.
Demographics and equity or police conversation.
Yeah, I think where I'm trying to go to is just to progress it, to draw a perimeter of the picture and throw in a couple suggestions, hear feedback from the committee to give to you, to then shape it and then maybe come back with the supporting evidence and a bigger presentation after the budget. I didn't expect this before the budget.
That's fair, if it's about what I can pull together and
Yeah.
I guess.
So- So this was really my initial attempt, it was just a real mild, I don't want to forget about this, I don't want to take it up December 15th before the last day in office. You know, I want to keep it on the burner. I think it's super important and it needs to stay forefront. Yes.
All right, agenda item number 19 is now to enter into executive session to discuss a labor matter in accordance with 1 MRSA section 4016D. Oh, I just made that motion, I guess. Second, sorry, I'm getting loopy.
I'll second.
Mr. Ramirez, comments?
Offer a friendly amendment that it's about a personnel matter and not a labor matter.
You guys should discuss contracts?
That's contracts.
Yes.
Well, the motion earlier was personnel.
It was. It's to discuss the relationship of what we get for information with regard to voting on contracts and the input that comes in from the superintendent and how this body receives it, what they're receiving, and what information and procedure.
That would be labor, by what you define.
So, all right, I guess I'll go on the labor.
And said someone seconded, you seconded it? All right, Ward 1, Ward 3,
Yes.
Four.
Could I have a clarification what exactly we're voting on?
Going into executive session.
Thank you.
3, 4.
Yes.
5,
Yes.
6,
Yes.
7,
Yes.
City Council?
Yes.
Yes, Ward 1.
Motion to go to executive session, Ms. Pascal, sir, who was the